Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today, I'm excited to share a brand new Naruto fanfiction with you. This Uchiha is way too cautious. In this story, Uchiha Kei isn't your typical reckless ninja. Ever since he arrived in this world, he's been unbelievably careful, doing everything possible to survive and avoid making any fatal mistakes. But fate has other plans. When he's assigned to join Minato Namikaze's squad on the dangerous mission to destroy the Kannabi Bridge, Kei realizes he's completely out of his depth, and maybe out of luck. If you enjoy stories about strategy, survival, and the hidden side of the Uchiha, you're going to love this one. Want to access the next part early or read all the chapters yourself? Check out my Patreon page, patreon.com/MV1717. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Alright, let's dive into This Uchiha is Way Too Cautious.
Part 2 of This Uchiha is Way Too Cautious. How's Kakashi doing? Minato Namikaze asked softly, glancing at the now conscious Kakashi as he spoke to Rin Noara. They were hiding in a cave deep within the heart of Iwabakure's territory, arguably the most dangerous part of the entire grass country. Uchiha Kei had long lost count of how many caves they'd hidden in since arriving. But this time was different. The danger level here was far greater. They were at the very core of Iwa's operations, and every hour, no, every minute, there was a real risk of being discovered. Kakashi's condition was concerning. Minato had thought about using the Flying Thunder God technique to get him back to the Konoha frontlines, but it just wasn't possible. Kakashi's injuries were too severe to withstand the toll of space-time travel. Forcing it would likely kill him en route. So Minato had no choice but to let him rest and receive treatment here, no matter how risky it was. As soon as Kakashi's condition stabilized, he'd get him out. Despite the grim state he was in, Kakashi really lived up to his reputation, the genius who graduated at 5 and entered the battlefield at such a young age. He had a sort of instinctive muscle memory, likely developed through countless life-or-death experiences. Even in that critical moment, he'd managed a minimal evasive move and used just enough chakra to create a weak defensive barrier. Had it not been for the fact that Katsuchi only had eyes for Uchiha Kei, and viewed Kakashi as a mere obstacle not worth killing outright, Kakashi might not have survived at all. I've stabilized him, but barely, Rin whispered, her voice low but steady. He needs to be taken back as soon as possible. I've done all I can here, but he won't heal properly without full treatment. I understand. Minato nodded. I'll take him and the Hyuga Chunin back soon. Compared to Kakashi, Hyuga Ayaka was in much better shape. Although both her arms were fractured, such injuries were considered mild on the battlefield. Not everyone ended up like Rock Lee, who had all his bones crushed by a Jinchuriki. Ayaka's real danger came from internal damage caused by a punch from a powerful Iwa nin named Genboku. According to Rin's diagnosis, there was internal bleeding, but it wasn't life-threatening. After treating Ayaka briefly, Rin had to shift her attention entirely to Kakashi. With both Kakashi and Ayaka temporarily out of commission, only Uchiha Kei and Imai Kenta were left to continue the mission. Minato sighed, patting Rin's shoulder before heading out of the cave. He needed to monitor the situation outside. He didn't trust Imai Kenta to handle it alone, even with Uchiha Kei on watch. Kei himself wasn't in great shape either, he'd exhausted nearly all his chakra during their last battle. Now, his physical state was uncertain at best, and with the frontline situation too chaotic to call for reinforcements, Minato was starting to think the best option might be to pull them all out. How's the situation? Minato's voice was barely audible as he appeared beside Uchiha Kei, like a ghost, atop a tree near their hiding place. Not good, Kei replied, shaking his head. Kenta's already taken out 3 enemy squads, mostly Chunin and Genin. But at this rate, we can't hold this place for much longer. The IWA forces weren't fools. Of course they'd noticed their people going missing. It wouldn't take much for them to cross-check patrol routes and identify the possible hiding zones. Minato knew this too, frowning in thought as he weighed their options. Kei, meanwhile, kept his eyes on Kenta below. That guy had honestly surprised him. Kei always knew Kenta was strong, but since they usually fought separately, he hadn't realized just how capable he was. Now that Kenta was mostly unscathed and his chakra recovered, he'd naturally taken the role of their primary attacker, giving Kei a chance to really assess him. And Kenta was impressive, his swordsmanship was razor-sharp, brutal, and efficient. Paired with his keen sensory perception, his ambushes were just as effective as Kei's Sharingan-assisted body flickers. But Kenta had his weaknesses too. Despite his high chakra reserves, good speed, and strong close combat, his ninjutsu repertoire seemed limited. Which made sense. Kenta was a civilian-born ninja, just an ordinary one at that. Not everyone could be like Minato Namikaze. Sure, Minato had terrifying talent, but what made the real difference was luck, like having Jiraiya as his mentor. Without Jiraiya, would Minato have ever learned something as godlike as the Flying Thunder God, and Jiraiya? Another case of accidental success. Originally thrown into the spotlight as a balanced pick by the third Hokage, his job had been to act as a morale booster in the squad, a kind of confidence charger. Somehow, against all odds, he rose to prominence. The ninja world constantly preached about love, mutual understanding, and human connection. But those were just political slogans that fit the era. The only ones who truly believed them were idealists, people like Jiraiya, Minato, and later, Naruto Uzumaki. In reality, the clans and elite few held all the real power and resources. Even in Naruto's time, the core authority still rested with elite clans and a small group of chosen individuals. Just look at Naruto's generation, or the one before. Among the so-called Konoha 12, how many were true civilians? Might Guy was the rare exception, and his team reflected that, one civilian-born, one rich heir, and one Hyuga. Naruto's generation was even more skewed. Strictly speaking, Naruto had already outgrown the civilian label. Even if he wasn't the fourth son, he was still a Jinchuriki. Sakura Haruno. The only true civilian, yet even she had a special identity. Naruto liked her, and she liked Sasuke. That alone gave her unique value. She served as a bridge between the two most important boys of that era. And what about the rest of their graduating class? There had to be more, right? Those kids probably had mentors too, but were they Jonin level? Unlikely. They wouldn't have received the same guidance, nor been groomed for greatness. That's the fate of most civilian ninjas, no elite mentorship, no tailored training. Their leaders were mostly there to help them adapt quickly to the job, get a taste of real missions, and that's it. No resources, no path forward. That's the civilian ninja's reality. Just as Uchiha Kei's thoughts wandered through this silent critique of the system, Imai Kenta suddenly unsheathed his short blade, and dashed off toward a new threat. We can't stay here any longer. The IWA Nin will likely catch on soon. Imai Kenta quickly hid the 3 IWA Nin corpses in the nearby bushes before turning to Uchiha Kei and Namikaze Minato. Just moments ago, Imai had sensed another squad heading straight toward their mountain hideout. Without hesitation, he launched a preemptive strike. Having a powerhouse like Namikaze Minato at his back gave him the confidence to act more aggressively than usual. Imai's swordsmanship was nothing short of deadly. In a single strike, he took down the enemy squad leader through a well-timed ambush. As the remaining 3 attempted to flee and relay information, he swiftly dispatched 2 of them, 1/each. As for the last one, Minato easily caught up and eliminated him without breaking a sweat. This was probably the smoothest battle they'd had so far. After all, with Minato on their side, enemies of this level weren't much of a threat. You're right, we should move. We've already rested for nearly 7 hours, Minato said, glancing at the sky. But I have to say, you've both exceeded all expectations. It's because of your efforts that the tide of battle is turning in our favor. Still, our mission isn't over. We need to keep pushing forward. Both Kei and Kenta nodded silently. Even if they felt like shaking their heads in protest, they weren't stupid enough to actually do it. They had to continue surviving in Konoha's system, and offending a respected Jonin squad leader, student of Jiraiya, no less, would be a very unwise move. They were already briefed the night before about the current state of the front lines and the difficult position they were in. Although the situation had improved, with reinforcements, especially Jiraiya himself, arriving to stabilize the battlefield, the pressure was still immense. It was unfortunate that Orochimaru had returned to the village to recover, but with Jiraiya here, and Minato leading as well, it was more than enough. In fact, Minato's presence had an even greater impact than Jiraiya's. In one legendary battle, he had taken down over 50 Iwa Nin in mere minutes, dealing a massive psychological blow to the enemy. Considering the Iwa Nin had only deployed a few thousand shinobi in total, losing 50 in a flash was devastating. If Minato repeated that feat, their entire force could collapse. The reason Minato arrived late to their rescue was because he had just led a successful ambush against a large Iwa Nin force and couldn't pull away until the fight was finished. That delay cost him several minutes, but his presence alone was now enough to keep the Iwa Nin from making any bold moves on the front lines. And then there was Uchiha Kei's contribution. His last-minute decision to rescue a number of Konoha prisoners had thrown Iwa's rear lines into disarray. Although some of the rescued ninja wanted to return immediately to the Konoha camp, Yamanaka Masato and other senior ninja had kept them coordinated. Once they learned about Kei's mission, they fully cooperated, causing chaos throughout the Iwa rear lines. This disarray deeply affected Iwa's ability to supply their forces and weakened their morale. With Minato crushing them from the front and chaos brewing in the back, the Iwa forces began to retreat. It seemed only a matter of time before Konoha claimed total victory, and possibly even wiped out the enemy entirely. However, Konoha had no interest in a complete massacre. What they needed were living Iwa Nin, to use as bargaining chips in future negotiations. And so, destroying the Kannabi Bridge before Iwa could regroup with the Kumogakure forces became the top priority. It would end the war in the land of grass and turn these remaining Iwa Nin into political pawns. The pressure on Kei and his team was enormous. With the enemy retreating and regrouping near the Kannabi Bridge, danger loomed at every step. This mission was now a race against time. Failure didn't just mean mission failure, it meant disgrace, prison, or worse. Public criticism, trials, even a death sentence, nothing was off the table. At best, Konoha might be merciful, but the stain of failure would stick forever. They couldn't forget the tragedy of White Fang. That past was a chilling reminder of how brutal public perception in Konoha could be. "You two stay alert," Minato said. "I'm going to escort Kakashi and Hyuga Ayaka back to camp. After that, I'll join you personally on the next phase of the mission. You'll be coming with us." Kei and Kenta perked up immediately. That was huge news. The two old foxes didn't let too much show on their faces, but they were absolutely thrilled inside. Having Minato on the mission was like gaining an invincible guardian. This was exactly why they wanted to join his squad in the first place. Still, neither wanted to appear too eager. Overexcitement might affect how Minato viewed them. After thinking for a moment, Kei cautiously suggested, "Should we send Noera Rin back as well? The upcoming battles may be too much." Although Rin was a battlefield veteran, she had always operated under the protection of Kakashi, Obito, and Minato. That wasn't a criticism, she was a talented medical nin, and not everyone could be a Tsunade. Minato frowned slightly, then nodded. He agreed, the battles ahead were unpredictable and dangerous. Rin, unfamiliar with Kei's team, could become a liability. If this had been a routine mission, it might have been fine. But not now, Minato wasn't willing to take that risk. And just like that, the Kannabi Bridge mission had taken a completely new trajectory, one completely reshaped by Uchiha Kei's involvement. Even the team assigned to this critical operation now differed drastically from what the original story ever described. Which makes one wonder, who will become the Sharingan hero spoken of by the third Hokage in the future, or will all three Sharingan bearers become legends in their own right? The Kannabi Bridge mission had completely transformed. What was originally a covert sabotage operation had now turned into a semi-public one, practically on display. Its danger level had shifted from a slim chance of survival to something perilously close to no chance at all. It had to be said, having a transmigrator involved had truly flipped the mission, and the entire IWA Nin front, on its head. In the original timeline, Konoha's performance on the IWA Nin battlefield was mediocre at best. Fresh off their grueling battle at Kikyo Pass, the Konoha forces barely had time to rest before being sent straight to the land of grass to hold the line against the IWA Nin. Under such conditions, even the most resilient soldiers would have broken, were it not for the thought of protecting their homeland keeping them going. Konoha's command likely had no better alternative, or perhaps, as Uchiha Kei suspected, they were simply after greater strategic gains. That might explain their decision to launch the surprise attack on the Kannabi Bridge. By severing Iwa's supply lines, they hoped to force them to the negotiating table and bring a swift end to the war. But things had changed dramatically. While the mission's initial goal remained intact, Kei had, through a series of coincidences and some cunning, teamed up with a group of rescued prisoners and wreaked havoc in Iwa's rear lines. Now it was IWA whose morale was plummeting and forces retreating on the front lines. This unexpected turn of events boosted Konoha's spirits. Word had spread among the frontline shinobi that a small team was operating deep behind enemy lines. And not just among the rank and file, even the top brass of Konoha had received reports. Most notably, the intel about Uchiha Kei awakening the Sharingan had been passed on by Namikaze Minato to Jiraiya, who in turn relayed it to the higher-ups. It was only a matter of time before the Uchiha clan itself learned about Kei. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to pull him back. Kei was too deep into enemy territory, engaged in a mission of utmost secrecy and importance. Konoha couldn't afford to compromise now. In fact, for the top brass, Kei, who awakened a full 3-tomo Sharingan right off the bat, was probably best left buried in the land of grass, just like Obito, who awakened 2-tomo. Kei wasn't privy to this information, but he wasn't clueless either. It was precisely because he could guess what was going on that he continued moving forward without hesitation. Time was against them, any delays could lead to unspeakable consequences. While Namikaze Minato was evacuating the wounded and non-combatants, Kei stayed behind with Imai Kenta to clean up the battlefield. All nations had sensor-type shinobi. They needed to delay discovery for as long as possible. To Kenta's surprise, Kei bent down and picked up a blade, strapping it to his back. "You know Kenjutsu?" Kenta asked while digging a shallow grave to bury the fallen. "Nope," Kei replied, shaking his head and frowning at the corpses littered around them. They couldn't even start a fire to dispose of the bodies using fire style, let alone burn them for good measure. Neither of them knew earth style either, so they had no choice but to go old school, digging graves. Then why pick up one? Kenta narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "Don't tell me," "Relax," Kei rolled his eyes. "Your swordsmanship's too fancy and too complicated. My Sharingan can't copy it instantly. Besides, do you really think I need sword skills?" Kenta thought about it for a second and then nodded. It was true, Kei didn't really need it. Kei had terrifying body flicker techniques. His speed was ridiculous. And more importantly, he had the Sharingan. With high-speed movement paired with dynamic visual tracking, Kei only needed to strike vital points precisely. That was enough to take down most enemies. The Sharingan was truly a powerful gift. No matter the stage of battle, it provided incredible advantages. Sure, its evolution was a maddening process that often drove its users insane, but strength still trumped sanity for many. The Sharingan was a top-tier tool from early stages all the way to endgame. Kei glanced at Kenta, who didn't press the topic further, so he let it drop too. Of course Kei had secretly copied his kenjutsu techniques. Just as he said, he didn't need them, but having a backup option gave him peace of mind. While Kenta finished burying the dead, Kei remained nearby, recovering. He wasn't in any shape for heavy labor. Besides, Kei was technically Kenta's squad leader, despite Minato's presence. Minato wasn't a regular member of the unit. As long as he wasn't around, Kei's word held command. Kenta didn't complain. This kind of work was nothing to him, and he wanted Kei back to full strength, since his survival hinged on it. Once the bodies were dealt with, the two set off. Kei had one of Minato's marked kunai with him, so they weren't worried about losing contact. Staying in place was riskier, they could be ambushed at any moment. Their instincts proved right. Not long after leaving, Kenta sensed multiple Iwa nin converging on the area they just vacated. They quickened their pace. About 10 minutes later, Minato appeared beside them. "Looks like Iwa's onto us," Minato said after surveying the area. "Seems so. If we'd stayed, we'd be surrounded by now," Kei nodded. "How's Kakashi doing?" As a former team leader, Kei knew it was important to show concern, especially in front of Minato. "He's alright. The Hyuga Chunin is stable, but Kakashi needs to be sent back to Konoha," Minato sighed. Then his expression lightened. "Oh, and I ran into Jiraiya-sensei. He's willing to work with us." "Really?" Kei blinked, then nodded. That was good news. With Jiraiya delaying the Iwa forces on the front lines, they'd gain a few extra hours at least, maybe not much, but enough to make a difference. "Oh, and Kakashi asked me to give you something," Minato added, pulling a scroll from his pouch. "Consider it a gift." "A gift?" Kei took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. "This is Chidori." While leaping swiftly from tree to tree, Uchiha Kei examined the so-called gift from Kakashi in his hand. Reading or checking something while on the move was second nature to a ninja. After all, one often had to act while processing intel in the heat of battle. Having spent so long on the battlefield, Kei was obviously no stranger to multitasking. What caught him off guard, however, was that Kakashi had actually entrusted him with Chidori. Kei was momentarily speechless. He did lack a decisive offensive jutsu, one that could forcibly pierce through enemy defenses. Sure, his Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, tremendously so, but the chakra consumption was terrifying. Its effectiveness in turning the tide of battle was unquestionable, yet, in truth, at this stage, it could only be treated as a support technique. More importantly, it was a non-renewable resource. Kei didn't dare overuse it or risk going blind. That was why he'd picked up a sword off a fallen Iwa nin earlier. The blade's material was similar to a kunai, but Kei preferred the sword's sharpness, and its length. Before, when he used the Sharingan discreetly, he relied on close-up kunai strikes to minimize the risk of exposure. Now that he dared to openly use his regular Sharingan, it was only natural to seek better safety and range. Ironically, just as he resolved to work on kenjutsu, Kakashi handed over his own notes on Chidori training. It made Kei feel conflicted. "Would have been great if you gave this to me earlier, huh?" Now, with no time to learn it, Kei understood Kakashi's true intent. He wanted Kei to survive. It was a heartfelt wish for him to live on and learn this jutsu later. Still, how could anyone hold Chidori and not be tempted? Taking a deep breath, Kei pushed aside those impractical thoughts. Carefully stowing the scroll, he looked up at Minato Namikaze. "Thank Kakashi for me, you should thank him yourself," Minato smiled gently. "Have a little faith. No matter what happens, I'll get you all back safely." Hearing those words, Kei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That was exactly the reassurance he'd been waiting for. Even Imai Kenta raised an eyebrow at that, but said nothing. He simply wore that ever-innocent smile of his again. Why follow Minato? Besides being incredibly strong, he was their best chance of making it back to Konoha alive. At first, Kei had envied Hyuga Ayaka, she seemed to be in a better position. But now, Kei wasn't concerned about her anymore. Maybe he'd even return with some glory of his own. Kei had never cared much for things like honor. All he wanted was to survive, and he'd done many questionable things to ensure that. But now that his life felt a little more secure, he could start thinking about the future. If he truly became the only Sharingan hero, it would boost his standing in Konoha immensely. Even if there were 3 Sharingan heroes, he'd still be in a good spot. Of course, that also meant increased scrutiny from Konoha's leadership. But so what? At that time, the third Hokage was preparing to step down in disgrace, his hands full with Orochimaru's situation. Danzo would likely seize the chance to push his own Hokage ambitions. It was a power vacuum, those in power wouldn't have time to focus too much on Kei. By the time the dust settled, perhaps Kei would have already fully mastered his Mangekyo Sharingan. Though the fourth Hokage accepted Jiraiya's ideals and even took an Uchiha as a student, unfortunately, he died far too early. He hadn't had the chance to consolidate his power. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have dared call him a puppet of the third. If the Nine Tails incident hadn't happened, if the fourth hadn't fallen that night, maybe the Uchiha clan's fate would have been very different. While Kei's mind wandered through these thoughts, Minato suddenly raised a hand, signaling them to halt. Kei instantly went on alert, and cursed himself internally. Getting too comfortable near a powerhouse like Minato, that was a rookie mistake. Refocusing, Kei quietly activated his Sharingan. His chakra reserves weren't great, but he was at least combat ready. Multiple targets ahead, Minato said softly after kneeling and placing a hand on the ground. Most chakra signatures are average, but a few are stronger. Can't confirm if they're clones or the real deal. Sounds like we're close to the objective, Kei said as he pulled out a map. Captain Minato, do you have intel on our opponents? Sorry, I don't, Minato shook his head. Also, just call me Minato. We're probably the first, and maybe only, Konoha squad to reach this area. We'll have to adapt on the fly. I understand. Kei took a deep breath, then slowly drew the ninjato at his waist. In that case, let's get this done. Kenta and I will handle the weaker enemies on the perimeter. Captain Minato, we'll leave the rest to you. How does that sound? Minato nodded. Though Kei's suggestion might have seemed bold, it actually matched his own plan. Those stronger chakra signatures were likely Jonin, but Minato had the strength to deal with them easily. Leaving the average ones to Kei's squad made perfect sense. They were old teammates, after all, coordination wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Minato couldn't possibly guess Kei's real thoughts. He silently took out a kunai and exhaled deeply. In the next instant, his terrifying flying thunder god technique activated. He vanished from Kei and Kenta's sight in the blink of an eye. Kei and Kenta exchanged a glance, then quickly followed. The mission was nearly complete. Now they just had to speed things up. You take the left, I'll take the right. Kei tilted his head. Sure, you're the captain, your call. Kenta nodded with a smile. In that case, let's move. Roger, Captain. With a single use of the body flicker technique, Kei appeared behind an Iwa Nin in an instant. Seizing the perfect moment before the enemy could react, Kei's ninjato pierced through the man's heart from behind. Without pausing for even a second, Kei quickly pulled back after dispatching the target and charged toward the remaining members of the enemy squad. 30 seconds later, deep within the forest, the remaining 3 Iwa Nin were sent to join their captain in the afterlife, one after another. Just as Minato had said, these Iwa Nin weren't particularly powerful. Without any unique bloodline traits, their chakra levels and combat abilities were rather underwhelming. Kei took a deep breath. By now, he had eliminated at least 4 such squads. Against the power of his Sharingan and his exceptional mastery of the body flicker technique, these Iwa Nin stood no chance. As for Kenta and Minato's side of the battlefield, Kei wasn't sure how they were faring. They had split up for the mission, so he had no way of knowing each other's status. However, Kei had a general idea of their directions and wasn't worried about getting lost. But seriously, there are so many IWA Nin here. Why are the rear lines of IWA this packed with these kinds of soldiers? Kei didn't spare even a glance at the lifeless corpse behind him, its eyes still wide open in death, as he continued moving forward, scanning for his next target. The quality of these IWA Nin left much to be desired. Most were Chunin level, with some barely even qualifying as Genin. But soon, Kei figured out why. The IWA forces stationed in the Land of Grass were likely stretched to their limit. After recklessly provoking the third Reikage, Iwagakure was now facing a savage counterattack from the furious Kumogakure. The Kumonin were relentlessly chasing them down like mad dogs, forcing Iwagakure to shift its focus from offense to defense. Of course, defending their own territory meant deploying their elite forces elsewhere. And they had clearly underestimated the tenacity of Konoha. Despite deploying a 1,000-man army and continuing to send reinforcements, the quality of those reinforcements was simply not enough. They might have posed a threat on the front lines, but once their rear lines were infiltrated, these forces proved utterly insufficient. On top of that, Kei's previous actions had likely drawn away many of Iwa's stronger units, leaving the rear guard weaker and more exposed. Realizing this, Kei couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. If the majority of enemies they were dealing with were of this caliber, then perhaps this mission wasn't quite the death sentence it had seemed at first. Indeed, following Minato had been the right choice. Although the mission had nearly gotten him killed by Inoki's son, Kitsuchi, at least he'd avoided becoming cannon fodder. Others could serve that role instead. Plus, this mission allowed him to build rapport with Minato, gain his protection behind enemy lines, and, surprisingly, encounter a situation like this. But I still have to stay alert, Kei reminded himself. The main defense around that critical bridge won't be left to weaklings like these. Caution, composure, and a bit of luck, those were the keys to survival on the battlefield. Silently pressing forward, Kei soon noticed large-scale earth release techniques erupting just a few dozen meters ahead. It looked like Minato had run into a slightly tougher enemy. However, those earth techniques didn't even last a full minute before they collapsed. Not that it mattered to Kei. His targets weren't the tricky elites. His job was to take out the numerous but easier to handle ones. Using the dense forest as cover, Kei quickly locked onto another group of IWA Nin. This time, they were more cautious, 8 of them in total, likely 2 squads who had regrouped after sensing danger. Still, that worked just fine for Kei. He wouldn't have to hunt them down one by one. Checking his chakra reserves, he frowned. They weren't in great shape, but still manageable for now. Taijutsu consumed the least amount of chakra, so Kei could afford to pour the rest into maintaining his Sharingan. Moving stealthily through the thick forest of the Land of Grass, he closed in until he was no more than 20 meters away from the IWA Nin, who remained oblivious. It made Kei wonder if they were setting traps or simply lacked experience. Either way, they were his prey now. Without hesitation, Kei unleashed his jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Like exploding seed pods from a phoenix flower, fireballs shot out from Kei's mouth, scattering in all directions toward the IWA Nin. Although the flames could be controlled via chakra, Kei didn't waste any on fine control. The moment he finished the jutsu, he had already dashed forward. His crimson Sharingan reflected the silhouettes of his enemies, shadows of the dead, in his eyes. The IWA Nin, caught off guard, immediately scattered. Though they had expected trouble, their retreat was disorganized and panicked. Kei instantly saw the flaws: lack of coordination, poor reaction, inexperience. But he didn't judge too harshly. Even his own squad wasn't exactly a picture of teamwork. His ninjato flashed. One IWA Nin, despite being on guard, didn't even have time to react before Kei's blade pierced straight through him. His stance may have looked cautious, but to Kei's eyes, it was riddled with openings. Enemy attack. Another Iwa Nin, having dodged the phoenix fire, shouted the alarm. But instead of being rescued, he found Kei's blade headed straight for him. Using body flicker again, Kei appeared behind the shouting shinobi. The Iwa Nin sensed the killing intent too late. Even though he moved with all the speed he could muster, Kei's blade curved around his defense and stabbed into his heart. One clean draw, one evasive move, Kei slipped away from the incoming attacks of the others. But he wasn't planning to keep dodging. Multiple body flickers in a row had left him feeling the strain. He had specifically chosen to eliminate the two most dangerous targets first. As for the remaining 6. With the Sharingan and good old-fashioned taijutsu, that was more than enough. With the enhanced dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Uchiha Kei deftly dodged the final, desperate attack from the last Iwagakure ninja. In a swift and precise motion, he ended the man's life. He let out a soft sigh. Looking at the 8 lifeless bodies sprawled across the blood-soaked ground, Kei couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. The overwhelming stench of blood hanging in the air was nauseating. Still, Kei felt no sympathy for these Iwa shinobi. In the heart of war, it was kill or be killed. He had long accepted that truth. Kei wasn't a psychopath who enjoyed this sort of thing, but he certainly didn't shy away from it either. Life is so fragile. I suppose this is a kind of release for you, he murmured to himself. Sighing again, he pulled out another soldier pill from his pouch. It was the 3rd one he had taken within the last 24 hours. He didn't like relying on them, but he had no other choice. Fortunately, those soldier pills had side effects, they were relatively minor, just like their modest benefits. In this situation, having something was better than nothing. Kei wasn't in a position to be picky. Sliding his ninjato back into its sheath, Kei didn't spare another glance at the corpses as he turned and ran toward Imai Kenta's last known location. By now, Minato had likely finished his own fight, he might have even started helping clear the remaining mid-tier Iwa Nin. But Kenta's status was still uncertain. Kei didn't particularly care whether the guy lived or died, but having one more ally was still one more asset. Especially since Kenta had impressive regenerative abilities. Out of the 3 of them, his condition was by far the best. Kei could use someone like him right now. After running roughly 500 meters to the left, Kei began to notice bodies scattered on the ground. A quick check revealed a common thread among them, like the ones Kei had dispatched, all bore fatal sword wounds. However, unlike Kei's usual clean one-strike kills, these bodies told a different story. Some clearly died from sneak attacks, while others showed signs of extended combat before succumbing to fatal blows. Following the trail of corpses, Kei eventually caught sight of Kenta darting out from behind a tree, charging toward a small group of Iwa shinobi. His speed was like a lightning bolt, within a heartbeat, he was upon them. With a thunderous slash, he cut one of the Iwa Nin down before they could even react. The man hadn't even drawn his kunai before his life ended. "Watch out," someone shouted. Too late. Without pause, Kenta's sword swung again, cutting down the one who tried to warn the others. Taking out 2 enemies in rapid succession snapped the remaining Iwa shinobi out of their shock. They immediately pulled out their weapons, bracing for a counterattack. Kenta paused, eyeing them cautiously. From a distance, Kei watched the scene unfold. Clearly, a surprise attack was no longer an option. Kenta was now locked in a standoff. "Lucky you," Kei muttered with a wry smile. Who would have thought that since taking on this mission, I'd actually start getting used to saving people. Kei had always been ruthlessly pragmatic on the battlefield. The fact that he hadn't killed his own teammates was already an act of mercy. In fact, he had used a teammate to block a jutsu once, an unavoidable decision in a life-or-death situation. As for saving others, the only reason he was doing it now was because of this cursed mission. No one in Konoha would ever believe that Uchiha Kei, the same man who rescued so many captives behind enemy lines, was someone like this. Smirking at the irony, Kei pulled out 2 kunai and threw them without hesitation. The already tense IWA shinobi flinched like startled birds, instinctively tossing their own kunai to intercept. Kenta's previous ambush had clearly left them on edge. Now, faced with another unexpected assailant, their reaction was panicked and defensive. They assumed Kenta was trying to distract them for another strike. What they didn't know was, the real threat wasn't Kenta. While their focus was on the airborne kunai, Kei suddenly surged forward. Even without using the body flicker technique, his speed was blinding. As the kunai clashed in mid-air, Kei had already closed in on one of the IWA nin from the side. The man wasn't an idiot. Instinctively, he swung his own kunai, only to find himself hopelessly outclassed. Under the scrutiny of Kei's Sharingan, his movements were sluggish and painfully predictable. Arg! A distorted scream rang out as Kei delivered a fatal blow. One clean strike. The horrifying scene shattered the composure of the final IWA ninja. Kei saw it, the slight tremble in the man's hand as he clutched his kunai. Kei silently shook his head. There was no need to intervene any further. Because Kenta had already appeared behind the trembling IWA nin. Thanks for the backup, Captain. Kenta wiped the blood from his blade with a bright, harmless-looking smile that, given the slaughterhouse atmosphere, looked downright eerie. Of course I came to help. Who else is going to shield me from jutsu? Kei replied dryly, sheathing his own blade. Is everything taken care of? Pretty much. Kenta didn't seem fazed by Kei's sarcasm, still smiling earnestly. I'm not sure how many Captain Minato took out, but I imagine he cleared quite a few. Clearly, Kenta had also noticed the earlier commotion caused by Minato. It was safe to assume he'd taken care of the enemies on his end. But the fact that he hadn't shown up yet meant only one thing: he'd probably sped ahead to scout or eliminate more IWA nin before Kei and Kenta caught up. Kei nodded. Just as he turned around, his eyes narrowed. At some point, without a sound, Namikaze Minato had appeared behind them like a phantom. The Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, one of the most terrifying and elusive jutsu in the entire shinobi world. Whether used for assassination or infiltration, it was virtually unstoppable. Kei-kun, I've found the target, Minato said without wasting time. But, we've got a bit of a problem. Problem? Uchiha Kei frowned slightly. For something to be labeled as trouble by Minato Namikaze, it must be a problem of monumental proportions. Considering Minato's strength and perspective, one could only imagine how formidable the enemy must be this time. Kei swallowed nervously. Don't tell me that guy, Kitsuchi, managed to retreat in time. No, that didn't seem right. If it were just Kitsuchi, he probably wouldn't be considered trouble in Minato's eyes. Could it be the third Tsuchikage himself? Unlikely. The third Tsuchikage still needed to guard against sudden strikes from the land of lightning. He couldn't possibly have come all the way to the land of grass. Then who exactly could make Minato Namikaze say it's trouble? No matter how hard Kei racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. His only option was to look to Minato, hoping he would give them some clarity. The last defensive squad, we don't have a precise number, but I spotted at least 2, Minato said, not one to beat around the bush. His voice was serious. But neither of them are ordinary. One is named Gari. The other is Han. The moment Kei heard those names, his face twisted slightly. Imai Kenta didn't react, he clearly had no idea who those 2 were. But Kei definitely did. He couldn't quite recall who Gari was, but Han, he remembered vividly. If I'm not wrong, Han is the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. He didn't appear much in the original plot, and even then, he was taken down fairly quickly by the Akatsuki. But Kei remembered that Han had once kicked Naruto, who was in his Nine-Tails chakra mode, clean across the battlefield. That level of chakra and explosive power. Kei didn't even want to think about it. What baffled him more was why this guy was even here. The land of Earth was in a dire state, yet the third Tsuchikage had still deployed the Five Tails Jinchuriki to the land of grass. The old man must have some serious ambitions. As for the unknown number of additional enemies, that part was vague, which made things even riskier. If they were lucky, there'd be fewer enemies. If not, well, let's just say the situation could get catastrophic. Kei exchanged glances with Imai Kenta. Both of them understood that this was the endgame. They weren't as fortunate as Hyuga Ayaka, but they had opportunities that she didn't. Even if those opportunities seemed worthless now, they had no choice but to press on. I'll take on Gari, Kei said after a moment of thought. Kenta, you go under the bridge and plant the explosive tags. I'll give you all of mine. It's a pity Ayaka isn't here. I'll deal with Han, Minato said, cutting him off. He didn't linger on Ayaka's absence. Instead, he turned to Imai Kenta. Kenta, you handle the tags, but stay alert. If there are too many enemies below the bridge, focus on stalling them. Kei and I will back you up when we're done. Understood? Yes, Imai Kenta nodded. The task carried plenty of uncertainties, but it was still leagues better than going toe-to-toe with a Jinchuriki or an unknown elite. One was out of his league entirely. The other? No intel, but anyone standing beside a Jinchuriki couldn't possibly be weak. If there were no enemies under the bridge, Kenta would be in the safest position. But even he knew that was wishful thinking. Here, take these, Minato said suddenly, as if remembering something. He pulled 2 pills from his ninja pouch and handed them to Kei and Kenta. These are from the Akimichi clan. They're excellent for chakra recovery and have minimal side effects. But once the effect wears off, you'll feel extremely fatigued. Kei nodded, accepted the yellow pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Kenta shook his head and declined. His chakra regeneration was already abnormally fast, and not even he knew why. But Kei was different. Ever since his battle with Kitsuchi, he hadn't fully recovered. Even after taking several soldier pills, the results had been subpar. Now that they'd reached the critical moment, he didn't mind using a pill from the Akimichi clan. He vaguely remembered their medicine, just don't take the red ones and you'd be fine. Minato hadn't handed out any red pills, which reassured Kei. Almost immediately, he felt his chakra returning at an astonishing pace. Now, let me give you the rundown on Gari, Minato said, watching Kei recover. He's part of the Iwagakure Explosion Corps. I've heard he possesses a Kekii Genkai. He's young, but dangerous. A Kekii Genkai? Kei nodded. Then I guess I chose the right opponent. A bloodline limit should be countered by another. Kei had heard of Iwagakure's Explosion Corps before. If memory served, that kid Deidara had once been part of the same unit before defecting. Deidara had a stroke of luck. He was both a future ally of the 4th Tsuchikage and a disciple of the 3rd. Too bad his personality was so eccentric. Setting that aside, Kei had to admit Deidara was powerful. He'd even defeated, or potentially killed, the 5th Kazekage. The Explosion Corps was well known. If Gari was a member, then he definitely wasn't someone to underestimate. The 3rd Tsuchikage wouldn't allow weaklings into that unit, much less place them beside a Jinchuriki at Kannabi Bridge. Kei scratched his chin. Is Gari like Deidara? A guy with mouths on his palms playing with explosive clay? If so, Kei needed to be extremely careful. I remember Deidara was once taken down by Uchiha Itachi with a single genjutsu. I wonder if I could try that. Kei could use genjutsu pretty well. After all, he had once used it on himself to forcibly awaken the Sharingan. Suddenly, his expression turned a little odd. Come to think of it, I rarely use genjutsu. Back then, it was inconvenient to show off Sharingan. But now, he could finally use it without restraint. Still, his expression soon returned to normal. His first Sharingan opponent, Kitsuchi, probably wouldn't have been fazed by genjutsu anyway. They didn't lock eyes often, and Kei had to conserve chakra throughout the fight. Not to mention, most of his opponents weren't even worth using jutsu on. But now, he was seeing his own weaknesses clearly. He had acquired a powerful tool, but hadn't developed it properly. That thought made him sigh inwardly. Let's just end this war quickly. I've still got so much I need to refine. The Akimichi clan's pill was truly impressive. In less than 10 minutes of rest, Uchiha Kei's chakra had already recovered to near full capacity. He glanced at Minato Namikaze and Kenta Imai, then gave a subtle nod. The three of them silently began approaching the Kannabi Bridge. The bridge was a few kilometers away, but that distance was negligible for seasoned shinobi like them. In just a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. Hidden within the dense forest, Uchiha Kei observed the grand structure. He had to admit, the Kannabi Bridge was indeed impressive, an engineering marvel. Still, no matter how magnificent it appeared, it was destined for destruction. Kenta, stay hidden for now, Minato whispered. Once Kei and I begin the battle, look for an opportunity to cross. Yes, Captain. Kenta replied quietly, clearly a little tense. Minato said no more. He turned to Kei, who activated his Sharingan in response, a clear signal that he was ready. Satisfied, Minato made a hand gesture. The two darted forward through the trees. The terrain of the land of grass was relatively flat, and the forest they passed through was dense and overgrown. That only made them more cautious, who knew what traps might be lying in wait, though their enemies were few, among them were the elite demolition squad from Iwagakure. Sure enough, as they sprinted forward, Kei's finely tuned senses picked up odd chakra traces in the area. Ninja were warriors who fought by any means necessary, rank meant little when it came to tactics like ambushes or traps. Kei himself was an expert in such methods. Stay alert. There's an ambush, Kei warned, swiftly pulling out a few kunai and hurling them toward the chakra signatures. The kunai didn't trigger any explosions, but the strange chakra faded, proof enough that someone had been there. Kei wasn't interested in drawing unnecessary attention. Even if the enemy already knew they were coming, it was best to stay cautious. As expected, a shadowy figure suddenly burst out in front of him, moving at high speed, its fist radiating a distinct chakra glow, a Kekkei Genkai. Kei recognized it instantly, and he could sense it was a dangerous one. Even while dashing at top speed, Kei abruptly halted without so much as a stumble, his motion fluid and sharp. His Sharingan looked like a typical three-tomo version, but it operated at the level of a Mangekyo. It dramatically enhanced his coordination and reflexes. He clearly saw the attacker's movement path. As the enemy's surprise attack narrowly missed and left him momentarily stiff, Kei swiftly drew his ninja blade. In one smooth motion, the blade slashed in a strange arc straight toward the enemy's neck, severing the head in a single stroke. But Kei didn't look pleased. He had clearly seen the real enemy escape long before the clone was destroyed. A seasoned ambusher himself, Kei knew that a proper sneak attack should never be full force. There had to be restraint, unless one was prepared to die in a trade. This enemy clearly wasn't. You all right? Minato asked, glancing back. You go ahead, Kei replied, eyes scanning the forest. That guy slipped underground, I won't be able to find him easily. Is that the one called Gari? Yes, Minato nodded. Think you can handle him? Should be fine, Kei replied coolly. And even if you stay, Han will probably show up too. It's better if you keep moving. He saw the situation clearly. A 2v2 would be tricky, especially without synergy. The enemy, on the other hand, likely had experience working together. Splitting their forces gave Kei and Minato the best odds. Minato understood that and dashed off without hesitation. Careful, aren't you? Kei muttered after Minato left, mockery in his tone. Worried that Captain Minato might take you down. I'll admit, your survival instincts are impressive. He paused, waiting for a response, but the enemy, Gari, didn't react. Kei sighed. This guy really had patience. Probably worried Minato hadn't gone far enough yet. Even so, Kei stayed alert. Without a Byakugan, he couldn't track someone underground. Your first attack failed, used an earth clone. Then you tried the headhunter jutsu. Gotta say, you're good at this. Definitely more interesting than that brute, Kitsuchi. He kept talking, baiting the enemy. I prefer enemies like you, cowards who lurk in the shadows. Gives me a rare chance to relax. It's been a while since I had a proper challenge. Still, no response. Gari remained hidden and patient, which made Kei frown slightly. This guy really had nerves of steel. Maybe he wasn't being irritating enough. If this were Sasuke, he'd have already provoked someone into attacking by just standing there. Fine, Kei muttered, sheathing his blade and turning toward Minato's direction. If you're just going to watch, go ahead. You probably hate the Jinchuriki too, right? Let me guess, your parents were killed during a tailed beast suppression mission. Now you want to use us to take down the Five Tails. He leapt into the trees, as if going after Minato, but inwardly, he was fully focused. Being airborne and with his back exposed, this was the most vulnerable moment for any ninja. Kei himself wouldn't let such a chance go to waste. Just as expected, the moment he was about to land, a figure burst forth again. This time, the chakra in his hand was more intense and dangerous than before. But Kei smiled. Finally dragged you out, you damned viper. Uchiha Kei reacted the instant Gari appeared. If this had been the old Kei, he never would have taken such a reckless gamble. But the Kei of today was no longer the same. Though he still disliked taking unnecessary risks, he understood that if he didn't deliberately reveal some sort of opening, this man named Gari would never show himself. Not all IWA Nin were simply muscle-bound powerhouses specializing in earth release and direct confrontations. Some, like Gari, used the properties of earth release for silent ambushes and deadly sneak attacks. A shinobi is a tool skilled in patience and deception. That's a core wartime principle Uchiha Kei remembered well. And Gari embodied that perfectly. He was fast, quiet, and his bloodline ability was deadly. He moved like a venomous snake. The moment Gari made his move, Kei activated his substitution jutsu, his Sharingan never losing track of the surroundings. Despite his relaxed posture, he was never truly relaxed. Acting that way was just asking to die. Gari was clearly experienced. The moment his fist hit Kei's body and felt something off, he immediately kicked off a tree trunk and used the rebound and explosive force to retreat. Barely seconds later, the spot he had vacated was pelted with kunai slicing through the smoke. Uchiha Kei would never allow him to vanish again and drag things out. Letting someone like Gari stall them for too long would be a death sentence. Even though the front lines were cooperating with their mission, no one knew how long that would last. Kei and Minato had already taken a lot of time fighting their way here. If Gari delayed them any longer, or worse, if Kenta got ambushed again at just the wrong time and Kei and Minato couldn't break away to help, then they'd all be doomed. The main battlefield might not respond in time, but Inoki's son, Kitsuchi, was still waiting in the rear. Gari clearly wanted to buy time, but Kei had already moved behind him without a sound. Thanks to that pill from the Akimichi clan, Kei had plenty of chakra for now. Without hesitation, he channeled it into his ninja blade. The silver edge gleamed faintly with blue light as Kei slashed at Gari. His Sharingan locked onto the man, he wasn't letting him get away again. Got you. Sure enough, Gari didn't try to block the strike, he dodged again, sticking to his strategy of wearing them down. But what he didn't expect was that after slicing through Gari's substitution jutsu, Kei twisted his blade and struck again from a bizarre angle. Sensing real danger this time, Gari knew he couldn't evade completely, so he leapt backward and flung several kunai toward Kei. They weren't deadly, but ignoring them could leave Kei injured. Kei casually deflected them and gave chase, but the moment for a decisive kill had passed. Gari now stood grounded and steady. Kei halted for a moment, his eyes still locked on Gari. Not bad, Gari chuckled. Heard you fought Kitsuchi. And you're still breathing? Impressive. Yeah, it was a close call, Kei smiled back. But that's exactly why you'll be easier to handle. Kitsuchi's a warrior. You. Just a rat. Humph, weak provocation, Gari sneered, but he didn't disappear this time. I've always been curious about the legendary Sharingan. But nothing impressive so far. Show me what makes it so special. Let's see how you survived against Kitsuchi. This isn't provocation, Kei replied, chakra already gathering in his hands. Just facts. Silence fell between them. Neither had anything more to say. But the stillness only lasted a moment. Kei's blade flashed out again. Chakra exploded underfoot as he shot forward with a thrust, his blade slicing through the air like a streak of light. Gari, an elite of Iwa's demolition corps, sidestepped the thrust with ease and even managed to deliver an elbow strike. Kei ducked with a quick step and slashed backward, but Gari spun past it, unnaturally quick. Suddenly, Gari's right hand began to glow ominously. Kei's eyes narrowed. That glow, he'd seen it before. The explosion it triggered was burned into his memory. And it felt familiar, something he'd encountered in the original story, but he couldn't quite place where. Now wasn't the time to dig through his mental files. Not during combat. Still, even if Gari was just a minor character in the original work, he was far from weak, at least to the current Kei. One hit from that technique could probably destroy his target outright. Explosion release, landmine fist. Explosion release. Kei's brows furrowed. That sounded familiar, wasn't that the same bloodline as Deidara, but he didn't dwell on it. This was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. To someone with the Sharingan, as long as the enemy made a move, there would be a weakness to exploit. Unless the enemy was someone whose strength completely surpassed his, like Kitsuchi. But Gari wasn't in that league. Even if this jutsu was dangerous, Kei wasn't about to let the chance slip away. No more hesitation. No more time wasting. Gari's fighting style wasn't nearly as cautious as Kitsuchi's, and he had failed to keep Kei's eyes off him. So be it, Genjutsu, Sharingan. The Sharingan's Genjutsu is fundamentally different from other illusion techniques. Unlike standard Genjutsu, which require hand seals and chakra manipulation, the Sharingan's illusions are innate abilities triggered simply through eye contact. In the original story, only two people truly pushed this power to its limit, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi. There's no need to say much about Uchiha Itachi. His mastery of Genjutsu was so profound that it rivaled, if not surpassed, Shisui Uchiha, whose Mangekyo Sharingan ability was the formidable Koto Amatsukami. As for Madara, he fully embodied the devastating potential of the Sharingan. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he fought the allied shinobi forces single-handedly, using only taijutsu and his basic Sharingan to leave them utterly helpless. Anyone who dared to meet his eyes was instantly paralyzed, butchered like chickens. Though Uchiha Kei hadn't reached their terrifying level, his genjutsu was far from weak. With a focused burst of mental energy, Kei activated his genjutsu. Just as Gari's attack was about to land, his eyes glazed over in a moment of fatal hesitation. Kei didn't let the chance slip by. Just like how Itachi had countered Sasuke's Chidori, Kei's left arm shot out and grabbed Gari's chakra-infused hand, locking it down. Then, he twisted Gari's arm downward toward the ground as his own blade came slashing toward Gari's head. But at that critical moment, Gari revealed the instincts of a true elite ninja. He snapped back to clarity in the blink of an eye. Though his right hand was trapped and his attack trajectory altered, he still had his left hand. Without hesitation, chakra surged violently in Gari's left hand, which then drove forward with reckless abandon toward Kei's chest. Ninjas, and perhaps all humans, share a common trait: when pushed to the brink, they'll gamble everything in a desperate exchange of blows. Kei immediately sensed Gari's intentions. Though he admired Gari's decisiveness, he wasn't about to risk his life when victory was within reach. He quickly released Gari's arm and leapt back. Kei valued his life too much to let it end in a reckless gamble. But just because he retreated didn't mean he was merciful. In the same instant, he twisted his blade, aiming straight at Gari's attacking left hand. After slicing through it, Kei instantly let go of the blade, abandoning it entirely. That damned hand was packed with explosive chakra. Boom, the resulting explosion was deafening. Dust filled the air, rocks flew everywhere, and Kei was forced to retreat even further to avoid the debris. Then he saw it, Gari staggering back to his feet, fleeing in panic. Trying to run, Kei smirked coldly. He drew a kunai and gave chase. The smoke and dust didn't matter to him. His Sharingan clearly tracked Gari's chakra and every subtle movement. Gari was in pain, he couldn't deny that. He had severely underestimated the Uchiha clan, especially the terrifying prowess of the Sharingan. This boy, Kei, couldn't be more than 13 or 14, yet the strength of his Sharingan sent chills down Gari's spine. He'd heard the warnings, don't make eye contact with an Uchiha. He'd heard rumors that this kid had achieved 3 tomo. But seeing is believing. He'd fought Uchiha before, both awakened and unawakened, and had always come out on top. So he thought the clan's reputation was just overblown myth. Even so, he hadn't let his guard down. His battle strategy and rhythm were all carefully calculated. He had even been deliberately avoiding Kei's eyes. But still, he had been caught. The genjutsu struck without warning, without even the slightest ripple of chakra. That momentary lapse, less than a second, had almost cost him his life. And even after snapping back to reality, Kei had instantly seen through his desperate counterattack. He survived through a 1-for-1 sacrifice, but at the cost of his left hand. Now, while stemming the blood loss, Gari was frantically calculating. If he didn't stop the bleeding, he'd die. But if he didn't kill the brat, their troubles would only get worse. Damn it! Already? He suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. But it was too late. A kunai stabbed deep into his heart from behind. Gari's face turned pale as his body crumpled to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Standing behind him, Uchiha Kei tilted his head, his expression laced with mockery. That's it? You're nowhere near Kitsuchi's level. His voice was casual, almost playful. He looked utterly relaxed. But just then, a blur shot out of the smoke, fist coated in raging chakra, punching toward Kei with terrifying speed. What? Kei looked shocked, completely unprepared for the surprise attack. Gari didn't utter a word. He had channeled all his remaining chakra into this one technique, and its power was monstrous. Kei seemed stunned, frozen in place, his face showing real panic. Gari's punch connected, but the sensation was wrong. His fist struck nothing solid. A clone. Gari's eyes widened in shock, but he didn't give up. Forcing himself to twist his body, despite the gushing blood from his severed arm, he launched another chakra-charged punch. But this time, he couldn't even touch Kei. The strain of spinning around, blood loss, and exhaustion made it miraculous he could still throw a punch at all. Half a meter. 30 centimeters. 10 centimeters. Just before the punch landed, Kei twisted his body ever so slightly. At the same time, his kunai slashed forward, piercing into Gari's chest. The kunai plunged in at an angle, shattering ribs as it buried itself up to the hilt. Blood poured out, soaking the ground beneath them. Did you really think I couldn't see what you were doing? Kei's voice was ice cold. In these eyes, you have no secrets. His crimson Sharingan stared into Gari's eyes as he twisted the kunai cruelly. Gari's scream echoed across the battlefield. Uchiha Kei slowly withdrew his kunai, staring coldly at the body on the ground. He stood in silence for a long moment. Only after confirming there was truly no trace of life left in the corpse did he finally let out a subtle breath of relief. No matter how strong or weak, ninjas should never be underestimated. playing dead and launching surprise attacks was practically a survival instinct. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara had faked his death before. Faking death wasn't something taught in a ninja academy, but it was definitely something every ninja had to understand on the battlefield. Kei himself had suffered because of this once, back when he was new to the front lines. If not for a stroke of luck, his opponent having fasted for 3 days while playing dead and missing the mark with his kunai, Kei might not be alive today. Now, staring at the corpse of Gari, Kei waited a moment longer. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled a kunai directly into Gari's chest. It struck clean through the left side. Kei exhaled a bit more deeply now. Even if he was pretending before, there's no way he's faking it now. Some people were born with their hearts on the right side, but Kei had already pierced the right chest earlier. Now the left side was also impaled. No matter where Gari's heart might be, it was definitely gone. Dead for real this time, Kei muttered and nodded. But just then, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Kei tilted his head slightly. Though the forest obstructed his view, he could still see plumes of black smoke rising in the direction of Kannabi Bridge. He frowned. So that's where the disturbance is coming from. Is it Minato? Or that unlucky bastard Kenta? Not that it mattered. Whether it was Namikaze Minato or Imai Kenta, Kei wasn't concerned. Minato had the strength to handle a Jinchuriki with ease. He was the Yellow Flash, after all, the man who had once overwhelmed the AB combo. And if it was Imai Kenta who stepped into one of Gari's traps, well, then his death would be deserved. 8 years in the war and still falling for traps. That was just natural selection at work. Kei quickly formed a hand seal. A fireball appeared in his palm and shot forward, engulfing Gari's body in flames. In moments, the corpse turned to ash. Without hesitation, Kei turned and began moving toward Minato's location. Now I remember who that guy was, he thought, but he's not worth caring about. If I hadn't been too drained back then, I would have even tried to take out Kitsuchi. Speeding up, Kei focused on his next destination, where Minato was fighting. It wasn't because Kei trusted Minato, but because Minato possessed the one thing that could get Kei out of this damned place, space-time jutsu. Not to mention, they still had enemies in pursuit. And more importantly, the medicine has reached its peak effect, Kei noted while moving. Chakra recovery will soon return to normal, but physical fatigue will start setting in. This is forcing me into a quick victory. He pushed himself harder. But just then, another massive explosion erupted not far from him. This blast was even stronger than the last. The shockwave alone nearly sent Kei flying. That alone said enough about the scale of this battle. Still, he didn't stop. After dodging the worst of the blast, Kei pushed forward again. Before long, he arrived, and saw Minato Namikaze locked in battle with a creature that was glowing red, shaped vaguely like a 5-legged beast. He's already gone into tailed beast form, Kei thought. But rather than join in, he immediately went into stealth, quietly observing from a hidden vantage point. Despite the beast's overwhelming strength, it could tear down massive trees with a single claw, and crater the ground with every punch. It couldn't even touch Minato. Minato's speed was unreal. With his instant movement and flying thunder god technique, he danced circles around the Jinchuriki. It was a cat-and-mouse game. Were it not for the Jinchuriki's insane regeneration and defense, he would have been long dead. But this was just a matter of time. Minato clearly had the upper hand and full confidence. The beast let out a roar and lunged with another powerful punch. Minato remained calm, took a step back, then vanished. Flying Thunder God again, Kei noted. He uses it like second nature. But this time, something was off. The Jinchuriki suddenly twisted his body mid-punch, locking his target on the exact spot Minato reappeared in, predicting his move. He's learning. Getting used to the timing. Kei was stunned. Should I step in? But before Kei could decide, Minato reacted with inhuman precision. Even though he had just teleported, he immediately avoided the punch. The resulting wind blast annihilated every tree and rock in its path. The power was terrifying. But such a wide and wild motion also left an opening. Minato didn't waste it. He reappeared at an unnatural angle, a Rasengan already spinning in his hand. With a powerful thrust, the Rasengan struck. Kei could see it clearly. There were already several cratered spots where Rasengan had hit before. Minato was deliberately targeting the same exact point over and over again. A terrifying man, Kei thought. Rasengan is already powerful as is, but this level of focused precision. I doubt even the Jinchuriki can take much more of that. But why isn't he going for the kill? Minato wasn't trying to kill. Under the force of the Rasengan, the Jinchuriki was finally forced out of his tailed beast state. The cloak of chakra peeled away, revealing the bloodied and exhausted man beneath, Han. Han coughed blood and quickly retreated. Now was the perfect time to finish him off. But Kei understood. Minato has other considerations. Maybe it's because his own wife is a Jinchuriki. Though that's unlikely. The real reason is probably Konoha's interests. Killing a Jinchuriki isn't exactly good politics. With that realization, Kei knew what he had to do. He shot out of hiding like lightning. Before Han could even react, Kei was already in front of him. Their eyes met, for a split second, and Kei's crimson Sharingan flared with a sinister glow backslash. Kei-kun, you. Don't worry. It's just a genjutsu, I only made him faint. I understand what you're thinking, and I get what the village wants. But we need to move fast, he has a tailed beast inside him. Uchiha Kei spoke calmly to Namikaze Minato. Of course, he could easily guess Minato's thoughts, or more accurately, the thoughts of the village. If they wanted to end the war and prevent the land of Earth from making another move, then certain people couldn't be killed. People like Kitsuchi. People like the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Kitsuchi probably thought he'd narrowly escaped a fatal blow from Namikaze Minato. In reality, Minato had simply chosen not to kill him. Though the land of Earth was preoccupied, the death of key figures could easily turn the remaining Iwagakure shinobi into ticking time bombs. After all, every great nation possessed the potential to wage war. Konoha had already shown what it meant to fight 5 countries alone. If the land of Earth fought to the bitter end, Konoha might win, but it would be left bleeding. And you could bet Kumogakure would gladly take advantage of that. So Minato's decision made perfect sense to Uchiha Kei. As much as Kei preferred his enemies dead, following Minato's orders meant playing things smart. Unfortunately, his genjutsu wouldn't hold for long. If the target were a normal shinobi, Kei's illusion could have left them disoriented for ages, perhaps even leading to their own demise. But this was a Jinchuriki, with 2 types of chakra inside him. He could shake off even Sharingan illusions quickly. Sharingan Genjutsu could indeed control tailed beasts, but only with the Mangekyo Sharingan as the base. Kei had just recently awakened that eye. He hadn't dared reveal it yet, and he hadn't had time to fully explore or master its abilities. He'd tested its default dojutsu once, but the cost had been enormous. Not just chakra, but spiritual energy and ocular power. It was a triple burden. Developing and mastering a new ability was no easy task. Kei still had a long way to go. Minato let out a small sigh of relief at Kei's explanation. This boy, about the same age as Kakashi, was remarkable. He could actually think from the village's perspective. But why had Minato never heard of such talent before? He glanced at Kei's blood-red Sharingan and sighed again. Now he understood. When it came to the Uchiha clan's internal matters, Minato preferred to stay out of it. Still, it was a shame. How many intelligent shinobi had that family buried under its traditions, and that clan? Minato shook his head. As Jiraiya's student and the leader of an elite squad, he knew far more than most. And what he knew made him uneasy. Prolonged tension between Konoha and the Uchiha could only lead to one conclusion. If only I could become Hokage. Minato thought to himself. But that was just a dream. Even if he had a shot, Konoha's political system would likely never choose him. Captain Minato, Kei called, interrupting his thoughts. Should we bring this guy back after the mission? Bring him back. Minato blinked, glancing at the still-dazed Han, then nodded. Good idea. He could be valuable as a bargaining chip. Exactly, Kei said, then looked around. By the way, where's Kenta? Has he already gone ahead? Kei scanned their surroundings. The mission came first. And once it was over, they could finally return home. The world of Naruto was constantly in turmoil, and even Konoha's internal strife hadn't settled down. But even brief peace would give Kei time to rest, and explore his powers. That was far better than endlessly dancing on the battlefield between life and death. He's already gone, Minato replied. No signs of a fight yet. But I think, Minato suddenly cut himself off. His expression turned grave, and Kei's eyes narrowed at the same time. They turned in unison. Though Han was still dazed, a suffocating wave of chakra erupted from him. It was the power of the tailed beast. And it was rising fast. In an instant, Han's body was cloaked in red chakra. The energy surged outward, slowly forming the shape of a tailed beast. Kei frowned. This was not part of the plan. This is why, in battle, it's often better to eliminate the enemy outright. But sometimes, political concerns outweigh battlefield logic. And the living are often more useful than the dead. Kei sighed. His ninja blade had already broken, he drew a kunai instead. He also made a mental note to get himself a new sword soon. This is going to be trouble, Minato said with a sigh. Get back, wait, no. Other Iwagakure shinobi are approaching. Looks like we're not done fighting yet. Yeah. This might really be a problem, Kei muttered. I just hope Kenta can handle things down there. Wonder how it's going for him. He's probably in trouble too, Minato said grimly. He must be fighting some enemies. So the bridge has enemies, too, Kei nodded. If it comes to it, we go down there together. Finish the mission by force and get out. That was their last resort, but also the riskiest. Turning their backs meant inviting a barrage of jutsu and deadly kunai. Their best shot was to keep the enemies above engaged and give Kenta time to act. If he failed, Kei and Minato would have no choice but to rush down and blow up the bridge themselves. But if he succeeded, all he needed to do was return and regroup with them before escaping. Yeah, Minato said. Let's hope he pulls it off. Same plan as before. Yeah. Same as before. Uchiha Kei never thought this mission would be easy, not even for a second. Even though it might have seemed relatively simple in the original story, reality was a very different beast. The Kannabi Bridge mission had long since deviated from its original course. With the front lines collapsing and chaos erupting in the rear, how could the Iwagakure forces possibly miss Konoha's movements? Even in the original timeline, things couldn't have been as smooth as they looked. Just because the details weren't mentioned doesn't mean Kakashi and the others had it easy after that mission. Uchiha Kei took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Since battle was inevitable, there was no need for further words. I'll draw the five tails away for now, Namikaze Minato whispered. Your opponents are the four ahead. Handle them carefully, and hold out until I return. Don't worry, Captain Minato. Kei's voice turned cold. I might not be on your level, but I'm not that easy to take down either. Then I'm counting on you, Minato nodded. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished, reappearing atop the five tails in the blink of an eye. A blue Rasengan spun fiercely in his hand. This time, he was faster than when he fought Han. So, he'd been holding back before. Kei smirked at the sight. Of course Minato had another gear, This was the man who went toe-to-toe with both the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and the future Fourth Raikage. If he had struggled with just Han, Kei might have wondered whether this was a fake Namikaze Minato. Under Minato's assault, the Five Tails immediately shifted its focus to him. Perhaps Han's earlier defeat left a strong impression, because the beast locked onto Minato with unwavering hostility. Kei had briefly considered luring the Five Tails to destroy the Kannabi Bridge, but quickly discarded the idea. It was too risky. Not only was the relationship between Han and the Five Tails unpredictable, but the fact that Kenta was stationed beneath the bridge made it a non-starter. Minato would never agree to such a reckless move. Except for the Land of Wind and its notoriously poor sealing techniques, most major nations had solid control over their Jinchuriki. The Land of Lightning even had the Eight Tails and its Jinchuriki on friendly terms. Turning his head, Kei's eyes grew cold as several Iwa Nin emerged from the shadows. His grip on the kunai tightened. "You're not easy to shake off," he said calmly as they landed. "You must be here for the Kannabi Bridge," one of the Iwa Nin sneered. "That's right," Kei said coolly, scanning their faces. "I have to admit, you strays reacted faster than we expected. How does it feel to be chased all the way back to your last stronghold? Or should I say, how does it feel to know this bridge is about to cut off your lifeline?" "Words are meaningless, Uchiha brat," one of the Iwa Nin spat. "Take a good look at the bridge. It'll be your grave. I will admit, though, you managed to force out the Five Tails. Not bad. You'll find out soon enough how capable I really am." Kei raised his right hand, placing the black kunai in front of his face. "You've wasted enough time boasting. Let's see if you're any better than the guy named Gari." "Oh, wait, he's dust now." Their expressions twisted with barely concealed rage, they clearly knew Gari. But Kei didn't care. As his chakra surged, the Iwa Nin instantly shifted into combat stance, locking their intense gazes on him. Dangerous foes, no doubt about that. Kei's Sharingan scanned them. 4 enemies. Their chakra levels were evenly matched, clearly experienced killers. He remembered this squad, Ishimizu Hiragi squad. A nightmare for many Konoha ninja. They'd left a trail of corpses in their wake. But Kei wasn't fazed. With Minato and the Five Tails pulling farther away, he made his decision. In a flash of speed, Kei launched forward, targeting the first Iwa Nin. His three-tomo Sharingan glowed, unleashing a burst of chakra. The enemy hesitated, his mind momentarily disoriented by the genjutsu. Kei struck without mercy. Clang! Just before Kei's kunai landed, a wall of earth rose in front of him, blocking the blow. Peering through the wall with his Sharingan, Kei immediately noticed something chilling. At least 10 explosive tags had been plastered to the back of that wall. Reacting instantly, he kicked the wall with all his strength and leapt backward. Boom! The explosion rocked the area just seconds after he escaped. Perched on a tree branch, Kei coldly watched the scene below. These Iwa Nin played dirty, setting a trap like that. If it weren't for his Sharingan seeing through the chakra forming the earth wall, he might have been blown apart on the spot. But he didn't have time to linger. More kunai flew at him, each tied with more explosive tags. "Careful, Takeda," one of them warned. "He's an Uchiha, don't make eye contact. Flank him from the sides and behind." Kei dodged the projectiles. The 4 enemies closed in again, clearly better prepared this time. Still, Kei's expression remained calm. He hadn't faced a 4-on-1 before, but that didn't mean he couldn't handle it. And he had a trump card in mind. If things got out of hand, if I have to, I'll use that power, Kei thought grimly. He sidestepped one attack and countered with a fierce kick. But before he could finish, he had to leap away again as another enemy charged from behind. "I never wanted to rely on that ability," he muttered, landing back on the ground. "But even if I go blind, better that than dead." Imai Kenta's journey had been relatively smooth so far. Thanks to the distraction caused by Uchiha Kei and Namikaze Minato, his path forward was mostly unimpeded. Other than running into several preset traps along the way, he hadn't encountered much resistance. Though disabling those traps cost him valuable time, it was still far better than being blown up unexpectedly. As the ground trembled around him, Kenta could tell that Uchiha Kei and Namikaze Minato were already locked in combat with the enemy. For now, he could only rely on himself. Not that Uchiha Kei would have helped me even if he wasn't fighting, Kenta thought silently. The usual harmless smile he wore on his face was now completely gone. That smile had always been a mask, something he trained himself to maintain constantly. But now, he couldn't bring himself to fake it. He had always known this mission was dangerous, but he had no way of avoiding it. Deep down, he suspected Minato had already marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving him no escape. Despite this, Kenta still preferred Minato. His terrifying strength aside, Minato was someone you could trust. His squad leader and teammate, Uchiha Kei, was another matter entirely. That man's cold demeanor made even Kenta uneasy. Though Kei hadn't done anything overtly alarming, Kenta could sense a darkness simmering beneath his calm surface, something obsessive, even more terrifying than his own secrets. Kei's intelligence also made him an unsettling ally. Every plan, every action, carried a specific intent. Whether it looked like he was doing good or acting in the team's interest, it all served one purpose: himself. Cold, cunning, and calculating, such a person was impossible to trust. And now that he had awakened the Sharingan, his strength was only growing. Uchiha Kei, a dangerous man, Kenta mused. And Hyuga Ayaka, she's not simple either. Scheming, ambitious, why did I end up with them as teammates? But complaints were useless now. The ground trembled more violently, he had to move faster. He didn't particularly care whether Konoha won or lost this battle. What he did care about was surviving and returning safely. If this mission succeeded, they could head home. If not, he might never be able to set foot in the village again. He carried too many burdens, heavy ones, some he couldn't talk about, and some he didn't even want to acknowledge. Pushing forward, he finally reached Kannabi Bridge. After thoroughly inspecting the area, he deactivated a few traps and then jumped down. But Kenta didn't let his guard down. Minato had warned them, 2 enemies had been detected, but who knew how many more were hiding? Even as the tremors above grew quieter, Kenta remained tense. No one here, he muttered, frowning as he scanned his surroundings instead of immediately setting the explosive tags. After a minute of cautious observation, he finally relaxed a little. There didn't seem to be any enemies. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the explosive tags. Every ninja carried some, though Kenta didn't have many left. Even the ones Kei gave him were few in number. He needed to plan carefully where to place them to ensure the bridge's collapse. After calculating and deciding on the best locations, he began placing the tags one by one. But just then, a sharp whoosh cut through the air behind him. No warning. Kenta's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. TCH. A brat still a brat, came a mocking voice behind him. The speaker sounded full of disdain. Has Konoha run out of people? Why send someone like you? A figure stepped into view, a man in his late 20s or early 30s, clad in a red Iwagakure battle uniform. Clearly, he was a user of the hidden stone's camouflage technique. But this defensive ninja wasn't stupid. He immediately noticed something was off. Especially when he heard another sharp sound behind him. Clang, the Iwa Nin reacted swiftly, spinning around and parrying with his kunai, just in time to block a strike from Kenta's blade. Using his superior strength, he shoved Kenta back. Kenta landed nimbly, holding his sword with both hands, eyes cold and unwavering. On the ground beside the Iwa Nin, the body he thought he had killed crumbled into mud, a Earth-style clone. Not bad, the Iwa Nin sneered. How did you find me? I've run into your kind before, Kenta replied calmly. I spotted you the moment I came down here. Too bad the sneak attack didn't work, guess I'll have to do this the hard way. Which of them was the predator and which the prey? It wasn't clear. Both viewed the other as the target. They fell silent. Words could rattle weaker opponents, but not a ninja with a mind like stone. Neither Kenta nor Kei were the kind of people who snapped under pressure. Die. The silence shattered as the Iwa Nin launched forward with killing intent. In his mind, there was no way he'd lose to a 14-year-old kid. With a burst of speed, he slashed at Kenta with deadly force. Kenta scoffed and chakra lit his blade in a bright blue hue. His speed matched his foe's. At the moment of impact, Kenta ducked, narrowly avoiding the strike. Only a few strands of hair were sliced off, floating in the air. His counterattack came immediately, forcing the Iwa Nin to leap back. They disengaged momentarily, both gauging the other. Kenta's right hand tingled slightly. This guy's strength was no joke. He couldn't afford to hold back anymore. Looks like it's time to get serious. Imai Kenta had been holding back from the very beginning, whether before or after teaming up with Uchiha Kei. He had always appeared to be the weakest, the most harmless of them all. But he knew full well that his restraint wasn't invisible to Uchiha Kei and the others. After all, being a Chunin was just a title. To survive 8 years on the battlefield without keeping some cards close to your chest was simply impossible. What he was certain of, however, was that they had no idea just how much he was holding back. And now, with no support in sight and his life hanging by a thread, he had no reason to keep up the act. If he kept pretending now, that bastard Uchiha Kei probably wouldn't even bother retrieving his corpse. Knowing him, he'd toss a fire-release jutsu his way and walk off happily without a second thought. Interesting, kid, the Iwagakure shinobi sneered before lunging forward once more. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kenta's demeanor shifted, suddenly calm, composed, and full of battle-hardened resolve. While dodging the enemy's attack, his hands moved swiftly through a series of seals. In the next moment, a massive water dragon burst out from beneath the bridge. Imai Kenta can use ninjutsu. If Uchiha Kei had seen this, he would have been genuinely shocked. Especially with how seamlessly Kenta executed it, this wasn't someone who had just recently learned ninjutsu. Clearly, he had undergone rigorous training and practice. It would have shattered every impression Kei had of him, a civilian shinobi with no access or opportunity to learn advanced techniques like this. The water dragon surged toward the Iwa Nin with terrifying force. But the enemy wasn't to be underestimated either. Without using any flashy moves or jutsu, he simply adjusted the grip on his kunai and, with monstrous strength, drove it into the dragon's head, splitting it cleanly in two, and he didn't stop there. Using the momentum, he charged straight toward Kenta once more. Kenta remained calm. The aura of the Iwa Nin was overwhelming, but not enough to shake him. He formed hand seals rapidly again. The charging Iwa Nin's eyes narrowed, then suddenly, he leapt into the air. A forest of earth spears erupted from the ground. Had he not jumped, he would have been skewered like a pincushion. While the Iwa Nin was still airborne and vulnerable, Kenta drew his blade with lightning speed and struck, cleaving the enemy cleanly in half. Still, his expression didn't change. It was as if he'd done something utterly mundane. But the next moment, his body turned into a puff of smoke, a shadow clone. Within the thinning smoke, a silhouette stood frozen, unmoving. Drip. Drip. Blood began to pool on the ground. As the mist cleared, the Iwa Nin looked down at the blade protruding from his chest in disbelief. He could feel his strength bleeding away with every drop. Shadow clone. When? You could see me from the start. I triggered the earth pillar spear jutsu to mask my presence, came Kenta's voice from behind, cold and emotionless. No, I couldn't see you. I'm not from the Uchiha clan. But I can sense chakra. You think the first time you tried to ambush me and failed was just luck? You hid well, Kenta continued. But I could still feel you. Chakra sensing, it's not perfect, but it's enough. As the last wisps of smoke vanished, Kenta stood behind the Iwa Nin, his blade buried deep through the man's back, the tip piercing through his chest. The blood flowed freely, soaking the bridge pillars. Kenta pulled out his blade without hesitation, and the enemy collapsed in a pool of crimson. Kenta dropped to the ground with a sigh. That was exhausting. He chuckled softly to himself. To think I ran into a camouflage-type jutsu user. Kei's going to be so pissed. If it were him, he'd probably just stage a little scene and trick the guy to death. Even Ayaka could probably make short work of this guy, he muttered, thinking of the advantage dojutsu clans had in combat. Taking a deep breath, Kenta calmed himself. The battle wasn't long, but the mental strain was considerable. Still, he stood up again. His mission wasn't over yet. Compared to Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Kei, his assignment was much lighter, but also the most important. Working quickly, he laid out explosive tags under the bridge. He was still beneath it, unaware of the situation above, but the violent tremors and booms he'd felt earlier made it clear, the battle raged on. I hope Minato is okay. Without him, how am I even getting home? It wasn't just Kenta who was hoping Minato was unharmed, Uchiha Kei felt the same. Unlike Kenta, though, Kei wasn't worried. He knew full well how powerful Minato was. Few shinobi in the Fourth Great Ninja War fought with such godlike prowess, and Minato was one of them. Sure, he'd been beaten pretty badly by Madara and Obito, but back then, those two were practically on another plane of existence. If Minato hadn't died so early, Kei figured his talent could have rivaled even Naruto's. Currently, Minato didn't feel particularly pressured. Even though the Five Tails had fully emerged, Minato's sheer speed kept him in control of the fight. And now, with nothing holding him back, he didn't hesitate to burn through chakra. Using the Rasengan as a base, he unleashed a barrage of strange and oddly named techniques, ridiculous in title, but devastating in execution. The Five Tails had little room to counterattack, battered by the onslaught. Minato didn't need to worry about sealing the beast, it wasn't Konoha's tailed beast, and they weren't even in the land of fire. He was free to fight at full strength. The Five Tails was already starting to falter. This should be over soon. As long as nothing unexpected happens. Minato glanced toward the bridge. I wonder how things are going elsewhere. There was a battle beneath the bridge earlier. So there really was someone hiding down there. And Kei, he's fighting 4 Iwa Nin on his own. That can't be easy. I need to hurry. With that thought, a new Rasengan materialized in Minato's hand, this one even larger, its chakra more fearsome than before. Uchiha Kei stood panting, eyes locked on the 4 Iwa Nin before him. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he'd met his match. If it were one-on-one, defeating any of them would still be a challenge, but nothing that would leave him in such a battered state. The problem was their coordination. While not flawless, their teamwork was tight, efficient, and dangerously effective. This was the infamous Ishimizu Hiragi squad, the same unit that had caused Konoha so much trouble in the land of grass. Their formation was clearly designed to counter his Sharingan. One would always engage him head-on, while the others attacked from his flanks and behind. No matter how he moved or tried to reposition himself, they maintained the same triangular assault formation. The one confronting him directly never tried to land a killing blow. His sole purpose was to monopolize Uchiha Kei's attention and prevent him from observing the whole battlefield, a strategy that rendered his Sharingan's predictive ability far less effective. TCH, annoying bastards, Kei cursed inwardly, feeling the sting of their tactic. It was dirty, sure, but effective. If not for the Akimichi clan's medicine restoring his chakra and the years of experience on the battlefield strengthening his stamina, he'd already be lying on the ground, defeated not by their blows, but sheer exhaustion. But the medicine's effect had long worn off. Though Kei hadn't yet hit the wall, he could feel it creeping closer with every passing moment. Once the suppression faded or his chakra ran dry, he'd be done for. The fight had dragged on for minutes, and Kei had accumulated his fair share of wounds. It was impossible to remain unscathed when fighting 4 elite shinobi. Though his reflexes and Sharingan helped him dodge their blades, he couldn't completely avoid the barrage of punches and kicks. He was strong, capable of fighting even elite jonin to a draw or better, but he was still young, and his physical endurance had its limits. His body ached all over, his muscles screamed in protest. Even so, his injuries weren't serious. He could still fight, but not forever. Gritting his teeth, Kei's expression turned cold and dangerous. He had planned to hold off using his Mangekyo Sharingan until absolutely necessary, hoping Namikaze Minato would arrive in time. But now, he knew that was a fantasy. His opponents were beginning to adapt to his movements. The injuries on his body proved it. If they could land those hits, they could land fatal ones too. What troubled him now was Uchiha's ability to use. Both could end this battle, but he didn't want to waste either recklessly. As for using the power of both eyes together, that was a last resort. The first time he did, the backlash was terrifying. And this still wasn't a life-or-death moment, yet. As he parried another surprise attack with his kunai, Kei's expression suddenly darkened. He hadn't noticed when, but one of the Iwa Nin had slipped past his awareness. As Kei dodged, the man burst forward and landed a powerful kick into his back. Bam! The impact crushed into his spine like a hammer. Kei felt as though his internal organs had been rearranged. He was sent flying. But mid-air, he twisted and slammed a palm against the ground, using the momentum to spin out of the way of a flurry of kunai. He landed hard but steady, swallowing back the blood rising in his throat. His face flushed, then turned ghostly pale. "You're strong," one of the Iwa Nin finally said, stepping forward. "To fight off the 4 of us at your age, impressive. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. We'll make good use of your corpse. Kill him." "Yes," the others responded in unison. The 4 of them fanned out and charged once more, sealing off every escape route. "Ha!" Kei let out a low chuckle. Then, he slowly raised his head, eyes glowing with a deep, blood-red light. At the center of each pupil spun a dark, triangular pattern, his Mangekyo Sharingan. "You think you can beat me?" The moment he reactivated his Mangekyo, Kei felt it, an overwhelming sense of control over his body. His speed hadn't increased, but every movement was smoother, more precise. Had he activated this earlier, he might have avoided half the hits he'd taken. But the price was steep. His chakra was draining like a broken dam. The rate was 20 times what the regular Sharingan demanded. Chrono leap. There was no time to waste. He immediately activated his ocular ability. Everything shifted. Time itself seemed to slow for him. When the closest Iwa Nin lashed out with his kunai, Kei moved, too fast for the eye to see. In a flash, he grabbed the man's wrist, twisted it, and disarmed him. The kunai spun in the air, Kei caught it mid-fall and in the same motion, drove it into the man's heart. One down. He turned just as the second enemy froze in place, his body seized by a genjutsu from the Mangekyo's illusory power. Without pause, Kei twisted the third ninja's arm, redirecting his kunai straight into the second enemy's chest. And then, in one fluid motion, Kei drew another kunai and slashed the third man's throat. 3 down. But Kei could feel his left eye pulsing painfully. The strain wasn't unbearable yet, but close. Worse, his chakra was hemorrhaging, and he could sense a strange essence, likely tied to his ocular power, slowly depleting. But there was no time to worry about that. The final Iwa Nin was moving. Kei hurled a kunai straight at him as a feint, then surged forward in a blur. The moment the kunai struck, Kei's hand clamped around the man's throat. "Do you want to dance too?" With a brutal twist and pull, the man's neck snapped, blood dribbling from his lips as the ground trembled from distant explosions. Uchiha Kei slowly opened his eyes. The scenery before him shifted from a blur to clarity. The lighting was dim, the air damp and cool, and the stone walls around him were uneven and rough, mostly oval-shaped. It didn't take him long to realize he was in a cave. Despite the discomfort coursing through his entire body, Kei let out a deep breath of relief. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt safe. The cursed mission was finally over. And more importantly, he had made it back to the Konoha encampment alive. He reached up to rub his left eye. It still throbbed dully, swollen from overuse, but thankfully, his vision didn't seem to be impaired. Which made sense. If his eye were to go blind after just a few uses, how could Uchiha Madara have fought Senju Hashirama for so long before obtaining his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? As long as he didn't recklessly spam his ocular techniques like Sasuke Uchiha did just to get used to them faster, he'd be fine. Sasuke had the luxury of backup, more specifically, Obito had the foresight to prepare everything for him. Even if Sasuke went blind, they had contingencies. Still, Kei had to admit, Sasuke's growth rate using that method was terrifying. His mastery of Susanoo progressed with almost unbelievable speed. Peaceful days like this. They're what make me feel truly at ease. The pain in his left eye was subsiding, and Kei finally let his hand drop. The cave wasn't the most comfortable place to rest, but right now, he didn't care. He was alive. He was safe. That feeling of safety was worth more than anything right now. It had been the most peace he'd felt in the entire half-month he'd spent on the battlefield. It was hard to believe that just yesterday, he had still been locked in brutal combat with Iwagakure shinobi. Yesterday, Kei had activated the power in his left eye, Chrono Leap, which drastically accelerated his movements. Using this ability, he had easily taken down 4 IWA shinobi. In that accelerated state, Kei essentially separated his personal time flow from the rest of the world. The IWA ninja still operated under normal time, while he moved faster than their eyes could follow. But he had to be careful. Going too fast could destroy his body and his eyes. The chakra drain and ocular strain would leave him completely incapacitated. So he didn't push the technique to its limit. Even so, by the end of the battle, his eye was throbbing, and his chakra reserves were dangerously low. The effects of the Akimichi clan's medicine wore off. Chakra use was too intense. And the accumulated fatigue finally caught up with me. No wonder my body feels like it's falling apart. Kei tried to move, only to feel a deep ache ripple through every muscle in his body. He quickly gave up that idea. Those 4 IWA shinobi had been no joke. Their teamwork, especially, had been incredibly difficult to counter. If it hadn't been for his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have had no choice but to retreat using conventional tactics. The standard 3-tomo Sharingan simply wasn't enough anymore. Thankfully, he wasn't the same Kei from before. While using his Mangekyo had its drawbacks, the gains far outweighed the losses, for someone with a strong desire to survive like him. More importantly, his most recent use of Chrono Leap had given him new insights, especially when it came to applying the technique on himself versus on external objects. So far, Kei had used 2 Mangekyo techniques, Chrono Leap and Chrono Drift. The two were complete opposites, and both had offered invaluable inspiration. If I can fine-tune my control, I could throw a kunai and activate Chrono Leap on it the instant I let go. That kind of sneak attack would be almost impossible to defend against. He thought for a moment. Same with Chrono Drift, if I cast it at the exact moment someone ambushes me, I could instantly undo the situation. It'd be cleaner. And far more efficient. Efficiency mattered a great deal in a shinobi's fight. You never knew what came next, and for Kei, conserving energy was even more important than conserving time. Short bursts of ocular jutsu applied to weapons or enemies use significantly less chakra and ocular power than long-duration techniques on oneself. Experience came through trial and error. Kei had already taken one hard lesson. If he were to face those 4IWA shinobi again, he'd never end up so worn out. As he reached this conclusion, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the cave. Reacting instinctively, Kei drew a kunai and snapped his attention to the entrance. Then he chuckled to himself. Too long on the battlefield, and you started developing all kinds of post-battle trauma. Overreactions like this were just part of it. Still, he didn't think being overly cautious was a bad thing. Vigilance was essential for any shinobi, during wartime, and in peace. Kei-kun, you're awake. Minato Namikaze stepped into the cave, smiling as he noticed Kei calmly slipping the kunai back into his pouch. No need to be so tense. We're safe now. Looks like you rested well. Captain Minato, Kei nodded and forced a smile. Still a little sore, but nothing serious. Though I doubt I'll be any use in battle right now. You won't need to fight anymore, Kei-kun, Minato said as he sat nearby. Your transfer orders just came in. You're being recalled to the village. Back to Konoha. Kei blinked, a little surprised, but not entirely caught off guard. He had revealed his Sharingan after all. Even if the third Hokage and his advisory council were willing to wait and see, the Uchiha clan certainly wouldn't stay quiet. During wartime, tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha were kept in check by necessity. The village wouldn't dare mistreat the Uchiha too openly, and the Uchiha wouldn't act out either. But now that someone with a 3-tomo Sharingan had emerged, Kei was far too valuable to leave on the front lines. Even if it meant rotating in other Uchiha shinobi, the clan would demand Kei's safe return. Kei took a deep breath and nodded. He didn't mind leaving the battlefield at all. In fact, he needed the rest. And more than anything, he needed time to carefully document and explore his thoughts on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kei chatted with Namikaze Minato for quite a while, and he could tell that Minato was genuinely friendly toward him. That alone made Kei feel a bit pleased inside. Although Minato's time in power would barely last a year before his death, there was still a window of opportunity. Perhaps Kei could squeeze a few benefits out of that brief period. Kei had been thinking a lot about what to do in the future. After all, anyone who found themselves in this world, especially as a member of this particular clan, wouldn't have much of a choice, Kei included. Danzo and the third Hokage were far from decent. Both were devious and sanctimonious, though their styles differed. Danzo wore his darkness openly, always preaching that everything he did was for the good of Konoha. The third, on the other hand, masked himself in benevolence and compassion, posing as the kind and tolerant leader. But no one knew what went on behind the scenes better than Konoha's major clans. You couldn't deny that these two managed the village quite well during their time. But with age came decay, and Konoha, the towering, radiant tree, was beginning to rot from the inside out. Power was the perfect catalyst for corruption. Though Danzo and the third weren't exactly enemies, their unity was only surface deep. Still, on certain matters, they saw eye to eye. The way the third tried to turn the fourth into a puppet. That was all him. If he didn't have such ambitions, he wouldn't have taken back the Hokage seat after Minato's death instead of initiating another election. In his eyes, he was probably the ideal Hokage. Sure, Danzo might try to interfere, but let's not forget the vote of confidence required from the Jonin. Danzo's highest achievement so far was merely serving as an interim Hokage. Speaking of Danzo, he was completely consumed by power and ambition. His infiltration of the ANBU and full control of Root left no doubt as to his goals. The ANBU was the most complex unit in Konoha's military structure, mysterious, highly skilled in both protection and assassination, and officially, only the Hokage had command over them. Rest up. You'll be going home soon. Your team too, Minato said with a smile as he stood to leave. Thanks to you guys, the tide of the war has basically turned. Kei didn't respond. His mind was too full of tangled thoughts. He watched Minato's back as he left and silently wished the man good luck. Minato was undeniably powerful, there was no doubt about that. Kei could still remember the aftermath of the battle where he had taken down 4 Iwagakure ninja. He'd seen an awe-inspiring scene. Enormous Razengans fell from the sky, each radiating a terrifying aura. Explosions lit up the battlefield as the 5 tails howled in pain. That was when the battle had truly ended. Kei remembered being absolutely stunned. In that moment, he realized just how lucky he was to have made it out alive. No wonder Obito had gotten beaten so badly when he attacked Konoha. Even with one Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito was no match for Minato. And Obito's control over his Sharingan was on a whole different level compared to Kei's. Still, Kei mused. If I had Obito's level of skill, my odds against Minato wouldn't be so bad. If you use Flying Thunder God and I freeze time the moment you appear, then just twist your neck. Simple, Kei thought to himself, a little darkly. What would happen to his eyes afterward? He wasn't sure. But the point was, if it came down to it, he had a plan, however reckless, to take down the yellow flash. Lying back on the stone bed, Kei let his mind drift. That's when something else occurred to him. He might have underestimated Imai Kenta. He'd always thought pretty highly of the guy, but now he realized, maybe not highly enough. As one of the Iwagakure shinobi guarding the bridge, he was never going to be just some minor foot soldier. Yet, despite taking some damage and using up most of his chakra, Kenta returned alive, and victorious. That meant he had taken out the enemy ninja lurking beneath the bridge and completed the mission. Kei had to admit, Kenta wasn't simple at all. Compared to that, Hyuga Ayaka didn't perform quite as well, Kei muttered, rubbing his chin. Then he froze. Wait a second. Don't tell me she got herself injured on purpose. Thinking back, Kei realized something strange. At the time, Kakashi was severely wounded. As both a teammate and a medic, Rin would naturally prioritize Kakashi. That meant Ayaka would be left to fend for herself. At first, Kei had felt a little jealous of Ayaka for being injured, since it meant she got to go back early. But now he was starting to think she did it deliberately. Ayaka wasn't just some inexperienced rookie. She'd survived plenty of battles and was a member of the Hyuga clan. There was no way she'd go down so easily to a single Iwagakure Jonin. She hated Kei, and Kei knew it. It wasn't just about the clan rivalry or their bloodline abilities. It was because they were the same kind of person. Ayaka's disdain didn't bother him too much. He understood. To her, he was an unworthy team captain with no real strength. Anyone would be pissed. And the long-standing tension between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans only made things worse. Sure, Kei could pull off a few assassinations with sneak attacks and surprise tactics, but Ayaka probably believed that her Byakugan and defense techniques made her far superior in direct combat. But once Kei awakened his Sharingan, everything changed. Ayaka, having clashed with him during such a dangerous mission, probably realized she'd made an enemy, and chose to get herself injured before things escalated. That woman. Kei thought with a wry smile. What, am I supposed to kill her back at base now? Or maybe take her out in the village later? Yeah, right. Kei wasn't about to carve a slash across his forehead protector and go rogue just for some petty revenge. As annoying as she was, Ayaka still had value, especially as a human shield. Besides, she was already on her way back to Konoha with Kakashi. She probably never expected that Kei and Kenta would also be sent back soon. Can't wait to see the look on her face when we meet again, Kei thought with a smirk. I've got my eye on you too now. Uchiha Kei's return to Konoha didn't cause much of a stir, at least not officially. But on the front lines of the Land of Grass, his name had already spread like wildfire. Every Konoha shinobi who had participated in the war had heard of this remarkable young prodigy. Although their mission had initially been classified, with the war now nearing its end, many Konoha shinobi came to learn the truth. Kei and his squad had been sent deep behind enemy lines on what was essentially a suicide mission. Yet, against all odds, these 3 young genin had pulled off the impossible. They had demonstrated incredible intellect and skill, rescuing at least 15 Konoha prisoners in the process. When casualties struck Namikaze Minato's squad, Kei and his team stepped in as temporary replacements, contributing directly to a mission that helped bring the war to its conclusion. And that wasn't all. Their accomplishments were nothing short of astonishing. Thanks to Kei's tactical decisions, Konoha forces suddenly appeared behind enemy lines, disrupting the morale of the Iwabikure troops and weakening their front lines. Then, the trio launched a surprise assault on an enemy outpost and nearly wiped out the squad led by the Tsuchiki's son, Kitsuchi. Although Minato eventually stepped in to assist, the sheer fact that these young genin held their own against such formidable foes spoke volumes about their strength. Even when their numbers dwindled to just 3, Kei and his team still completed their mission. Minato defeated and captured the Five Tails Jinchuriki, accelerating the end of the war. Imai Kenta, a civilian-born ninja, destroyed the Kannabi Bridge. And Kei, well, he went even further. He eliminated a key member of Iwabikure's explosion corps, Gari, and when surrounded by the Ishimizu Hiragi clan's squad during their retreat, Kei managed to kill all 4 of them single-handedly. By the time Minato brought him back, Kei was completely exhausted, unable to even stand. But no one dared mock him. Those Iwa he killed had left deep scars on many Konoha shinobi, some of whom had lost close friends and comrades to their hands. Kei's actions were seen as justice, as vengeance. Gratitude and awe filled the hearts of those around him. To many, Kei's return was cause for celebration. After all he had done at the front, it was time someone else took over. He had more than earned his rest. In truth, most regular shinobi were still admirable and sincere. Konoha's rot was mostly confined to its innermost layers, the outer shell still looked bright and beautiful. And that, Kei thought to himself, is exactly what makes it so dangerous. After a few days of forced rest on the stone bed in the medical tent, Kei was finally able to get up and walk around. Half a month of constant fighting, countless soldier pills, and even medicine from the Akimichi clan had pushed his body to its limit. Even now, after days of rest, he hadn't fully recovered. He estimated it would take another week of proper recovery to return to his peak condition. But it didn't matter anymore. He wouldn't be returning to the battlefield. He was heading back to Konoha tomorrow. The medics didn't want him moving around too much, but Kei was tired of lying down. He was allowed to stretch his legs within the base, training and combat were strictly off-limits. As he walked through the camp, countless Konoha shinobi greeted him warmly. Kei responded with polite smiles, even if he wasn't particularly moved. Even if he didn't care much for these interactions, he understood the value of responding kindly to those who showed goodwill. A simple smile could create a sense of acknowledgement, which would make future cooperation much easier. Most of these shinobi were civilians, simple and honest. Gaining their favor was definitely worthwhile. Kei suddenly spotted a familiar face, Yamanaka Masato. Masato was out of his combat gear, his body heavily bandaged. It was clear he had been severely injured. Kei had assumed Masato had died during the assault. After all, when his team broke through the enemy line and faced Kitsuchi's unit, there was no sign of support from Masato's group, they had to use shadow clones to distract the enemy themselves. But it looked like Masato had survived, though just barely. Captain Yamanaka. Long time no see, Kei greeted as he approached. Oh, Kei-kun. Masato blinked in surprise, but quickly smiled when he recognized him. You did great. I heard you even took out the Ishimizu Hiragi squad, amazing work. You flatter me. Kei shook his head humbly, showing no hint of arrogance. The Ishimizu Hiragi squad was infamous on the battlefield, known for their brutal efficiency and seamless teamwork. Each of them was a capable jonin. They had survived this war from the very beginning. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Kei, who had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and were taken by surprise. Had it not been for Kei's sudden strike, they might not have fallen so easily. Captain Yamanaka, I mean. Masato, what happened to you? Kei changed the subject, not wanting to linger on the topic of the Ishimizu Hiragi squad. He hadn't had the time to dispose of their bodies, and their wounds were likely suspicious. "Oh, I got surrounded," Masato said casually, glancing at his bandages. "Broke a few ribs, some fractures in my arms and legs, but I made it back alive." "Can't say the same for the rest of the squad," Kei fell silent. It seemed all the decoy teams had been wiped out in the land of grass. He still remembered that Jonin, Kajishima Kasuke, so passionate about the will of fire. Kei wondered if the man regretted it in the end. Not that it mattered. Whether others regretted it or not, Kei knew he had made the right choice. Even with all those Jonin and Chunin, only one man made it back alive, and severely wounded at that. If Kei had stayed behind, his fate would likely have been the same, or worse. He might have been buried in some nameless forest by now. "I might have let others die in my place," Kei thought, "but I don't regret it. Everyone has their own dreams in life. I just chose mine." After several days of travel, Uchiha Kei finally returned to Konoha alongside a group of injured comrades. As he looked up at the familiar village gates and the three towering stone faces of the Hokage Rock, his heart was filled with emotion. Finally back. Finally alive. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. Every wounded ninja who made the journey home with him shared the same overwhelming sense of relief. The desire to survive wasn't something unique to Kei, it was a thought that crossed the mind of anyone who had ever set foot on the battlefield. While such thoughts might be seen as distractions in combat, they were, in truth, the most deeply rooted desires in any shinobi's heart. And the moment one found safety, those buried instincts would resurface in full force. Perhaps because their unit hadn't returned victorious, no one came out to greet them. But Kei didn't mind that in the slightest. Just as he was saying his goodbyes to Yamanaka Masato and preparing to head toward the Uchiha compound, he noticed several ninja in Uchiha clan uniforms approaching him. Kei recognized a few of them by face, though he had no real connection to any of them, they simply weren't from the same circle. Within the clan, these individuals belonged to the group considered worth cultivating, the ones who didn't need to set foot on the battlefield. They served the elders or were part of the Konoha military police force. In short, they were the model Uchiha, well-bred, well-placed, and not the kind to mingle with someone like Kei, a so-called fringe member of the clan. Especially someone who hadn't even awakened the Sharingan. But things were different now. Word from the front lines had spread. This nobody had awakened his Sharingan. And not just any Sharingan, he had reached the level of the 3 Tomo. "Looks like the clan finally recognizes you," Masato said with a grin as he noticed the approaching Uchiha. "Well, I won't keep you. Time for me to head home. And, thanks again, for saving me." "You've said that enough times on the way back, Masato-san," Kei chuckled. "Get going. Your injuries are way worse than mine." Maybe next time we meet, I'll have to call you Jonin Kei," Masato teased with a wave before turning and walking off. Kei watched him go with a smile. But once Masato had walked some distance away, that smile slowly faded from his face. Masato was from the Yamanaka clan. Kei wasn't sure how close he was to Yamanaka Inoichi, but regardless, he was a textbook example of a shinobi from a respected noble family. There was no harm in maintaining a good relationship with someone like that. Still, now that he was gone, there was no need to keep smiling. Kei wasn't a Maikenta, after all. Especially since the annoying ones had arrived. Kei had little respect for these particular members of the Uchiha, especially those who served the clan elders. Every clan was complicated in its own way. Even a family like the Hyuga, with their clear distinction between main and branch houses, had internal strife. Back then, even Hayashi Hyuga had been put in a difficult position regarding the issue with his brother, Hisashi. And that pressure hadn't come only from the clan elders, the third Hokage had played a major part too. The Uchiha clan was no different. There were various factions within it. The elders and the clan leader weren't always on the same page. After all, if they were, why would the clan leader be sent to the front lines while these others remained safely behind? Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku wanted to train Itachi personally. But maybe there was something more to it, like the control over the Konoha police force. That position, while arguably the root of the Uchiha's growing alienation from the rest of the village, was still a form of power. And power, as always, had the potential to corrupt. Uchiha Kei, welcome back, one of the female Uchiha greeted him with a formal smile as she approached the returning team. Kei recognized her. Her name was Uchiha June, a beautiful and cunning woman, well connected within the clan. Ah, hello, Kei nodded. His expression was calm, his tone neither warm nor cold. June didn't seem to mind his indifferent attitude. She kept smiling as she said, "Welcome back, and congratulations on your achievements at the front. We received intel that you've awakened your Sharingan. Naturally, we'd like to verify it." Kei nodded again, though inside he was sneering coldly. So that's what this was about, they were here for his eyes. Of course. In this clan, the Sharingan was valued above all else. Possessing it meant possessing power. Even if they didn't say it out loud, Kei knew exactly what they were thinking. Many in the clan, especially the powerful ones, would already be trying to win him over. A young member who had awakened the Sharingan. Definitely worth pulling into the fold. But first, they had to confirm one thing, the level of his Sharingan. The information they received said Kei had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan right off the bat. That had never happened in the clan's recorded history. Kei knew the truth, though, his eyes weren't as miraculous as they believed. He wasn't some chosen one like Uchiha Obito, who'd gone down a twisted path. If he had the choice, he would have preferred to show only two tomo, maybe even just one. That way, he could have activated it more freely without drawing attention. But that wasn't an option anymore. So now, if they wanted to see it, then fine, they could see the truth Kei chose to show them. Closing his eyes for a moment, Kei opened them again. Blood-red irises, with 3 jet-black tomo spinning slowly around his pupils. 3 tomo Sharingan, the pinnacle form of the base Sharingan. As expected, the expressions of those who had come to greet him changed immediately. Envy, awe, even a tinge of jealousy, they tried to hide it, but Kei saw it all. His eyes made sure of that. His inner sneer deepened. How many of these people had even reached this stage with their own eyes, and this wasn't even Kei's full strength. But this level alone was already more than enough. He could see June's expression tighten for a brief second, then she smiled even brighter. With a slight shake of his head, Kei deactivated his Sharingan, silently observing the group. "Kei-kun, you truly are a genius of the Uchiha," June said brightly. "I'm sure the clan leader and elders will be thrilled to see someone so talented paving the way for our clan's future." "Genius, huh?" Kei's face remained calm. "I know exactly what I am. And right now, I'm tired and not in the mood for small talk. If you've got something to say, get to the point." "Proud, aren't you?" "But you've earned it, Kei-kun," June chuckled. "We're simply here to welcome you home." "He's already returned." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage set down the document in his hand, took a deep drag from his pipe, and closed his eyes in thought. After a moment of silent contemplation, he exhaled a stream of smoke and slowly opened his eyes. To be frank, the third Hokage was truly shocked. He never expected that an Uchiha kid who had seemed so ordinary would shine this brilliantly. Had he not trusted Konoha's mission assessment and intelligence systems, and more importantly, had the report not come directly from someone he deeply trusted, he would have thought the information was fake. Kakashi Hatake was without a doubt a prodigy full of surprises. Yet now, compared to this young Uchiha, even Kakashi seemed ordinary. What was most astonishing was that this boy awakened the Sharingan directly at the 3 tomo stage. Such a case wasn't just unheard of in the Uchiha clan, it was beyond anything even the Hokage himself, who had witnessed the growth of Konoha from its early days, had ever seen. As for how far this kid could go, the third Hokage didn't know. But he had other things to worry about, namely, Kakashi. The Uchiha clan truly were intense. Not only did Uchiha Kei awaken his Sharingan, but another kid did as well, Kakashi's teammate, Uchiha Obito. And then the kid died right after awakening it. For the third Hokage, that was a kind of unspeakable relief. Yes, during wartime, such dangerous thoughts shouldn't exist. Every ninja is a vital force in defending Konoha. But there are always hidden truths beneath the surface. Still, if you die, then you die. Why give your eye to Kakashi, as a gift for him becoming a Jonin? Then what, should every leaf ninja who becomes a Jonin expect to receive a Sharingan from the Uchiha? Even Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's prized student, silently allowed it. That part made the Hokage's head hurt the most. He did think it was handled well, but the Uchiha wouldn't take this lightly. All these headaches were piling up, and it was driving the third Hokage to frustration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so quickly arranged for Jiraiya to head to the Iwagakure front lines in the land of grass. That once foolhardy student had now grown into someone truly capable. I just hope the Uchiha don't cause more trouble right now, muttered the third Hokage, biting his pipe as he pulled his hat lower over his brow. The war is nearly over. Jiraiya and Minato should handle the negotiations with the Iwa Nin just fine. But Orochimaru, already in a sour mood, the Hokage became even more agitated at the thought of his other disciple. Not even the recent victory reports from the front lines could lift his spirits. Lately, Orochimaru had been anything but well behaved. And with all the rumors swirling, the third Hokage felt the pressure closing in. His student truly seemed to have changed. Changed so much that even he couldn't fully understand him anymore. So much that even the Hokage had to be cautious around him. A tragedy, really. Is this Danzo's doing? Or someone else's? I just hope no one stirs up trouble too early. While the third Hokage was buried in these frustrations, Uchiha Kei had already returned to the Uchiha compound. Along the way, Uchiha Jun had been talking non-stop, while Kei responded just enough to keep the conversation going. Kei understood his place, after all. And to be honest, he did need the clan's resources. Though he looked down on the people walking beside him, he still forced himself to be polite. Once they reached the Uchiha district, the welcoming party excused themselves. Clearly, they had a report to make. Trying to test me, huh? Kei muttered, shaking his head after watching them leave. He couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Their questions were mostly meaningless. But from the way they asked, Kei could piece together what they were really getting at, hints about internal clan matters, and promises of certain benefits. He simply nodded to show he understood, but made no commitments. That was to be expected. Kei needed to show a bit of resentment and arrogance, only then would they feel at ease. As for which side he would ultimately choose, that didn't matter right now. He had just returned from a brutal battlefield and completed a high-risk mission. If he didn't show some bitterness, it would raise suspicion. And having reached the level of 3 Tomo Sharingan at such a young age, if he didn't have a trace of arrogance, that would be strange. Uchiha Kei disliked superficial and insincere conversations, but without a clear plan for his future, this was the only way he could navigate the present. The clan was another battlefield, no less dangerous than the front lines. How many renowned warriors had fallen not to enemy blades, but to the internal strife of their own clans and countries? Walking alone along the familiar path, Kei followed the memories of this body back to what was now his home. His house wasn't large, but not too small either, a modest place for a family of 3. As he pushed open the door, the sight that greeted him was of his parents from this life. Kei hadn't arrived in this world as one of those so-called protagonists whose parents were sacrificed for power. Instead, his relationship with his current parents was flat. He found it impossible to cultivate any deep emotional bond with them. "You're back, Kei-kun," his mother, Uchiha Ryoko, stood up with a warm smile the moment she saw him. "Yeah, I'm back," Kei nodded, his gaze briefly passing over the joyful woman and the man sitting quietly in the living room, trying to suppress the emotion at the corners of his eyes. His father, Uchiha Kei, was once a chunin. But an injury during the Second Great Ninja War had abruptly ended his career as a shinobi. Technically, Keisuke was no longer a ninja. These days, he relied on clan resources and connections to run a small business that supported the household. Keisuke was a quiet, reserved man, perhaps a result of his unfulfilled ambitions and the bitterness of a cut-short career. Still, he had treated Kei well. The foundation of Kei's training had been built by his father, limited though it was by his rank and vision as a former chunin. But Kei was still grateful. Those early lessons and battle instincts had helped him survive his first missions, even giving him the edge to stand tall today. As for his mother, Ryoko, she worked a clerical job with the Konoha military police, her strength barely at genin level. Her days were spent recording petty disputes and minor incidents. She was, essentially, a background character with no upward mobility. "You're still as cold as ever. That temper of yours really needs work," Ryoko said casually, clearly unfazed by Kei's aloofness. "I heard you got injured. Are you okay? Should we take you to the hospital?" "I'm fine. Just need some rest," Kei replied with a small shake of his head. Ah, the universal truth of parental love. Kei mused. Perhaps his parents were the only people in the Uchiha clan who cared more about his health than his Sharingan. And yet, Kei found it difficult to fully accept them as his parents. From birth until now, after returning to Konoha and taking a few days to rest, Uchiha Kei once again used training as an excuse to head off into the forest where he usually trained. Uchiha Ryoko had mixed feelings about this. Kei was always quiet and obedient, but the relationship between him, Ryoko, and Keisuke never quite felt like that of a typical family. At first, Ryoko and Keisuke had trouble adjusting. But after so many years, they grew used to it. All they could do was give Kei as much love as they could, even if they had no better solution. They weren't particularly focused on the fame Kei gained on the battlefield. While they were proud he had awakened the Sharingan, especially a fully matured 3-tomo version, their biggest concern was still his health. Between the two, Keisuke was more composed. As Kei's father, he understood that after 6 years on the battlefield, Kei could make his own decisions. After all, no matter how strong a ninja may be, a healthy body is still essential. Keisuke was a walking example of that. As Kei walked into the familiar forest, he remained cautious. He wasn't sure if he was being watched. After all, he was no longer a nobody in the village. Unlike Imai Kenta or Hyuga Ayaka, Kei lacked the sensory abilities to detect surveillance, so he decided to avoid visiting the place where he hid his personal records and instead focus on training something new. That something was Chidori, the technique Kakashi had entrusted to him through Namikaze Minato, a scroll containing not just the jutsu, but Kakashi's personal insights and experiences with it. Until now, Kei hadn't had the time to properly study it. Kei was naturally attuned to fire chakra, a common trait among the Uchiha. As for lightning chakra, he wasn't sure if it came naturally to him or not. He couldn't remember if Sasuke's affinity for lightning was innate or learned, but he did remember just how many things Sasuke had accomplished using Chidori. The jutsu itself wasn't simple. It involved both chakra nature transformation and chakra shape transformation, a well-rounded and complex technique. What made Chidori particularly fascinating was that it functioned more like a prototype. Sasuke had used it as the foundation for many techniques, Chidori Stream, Chidori Senbon, Chidori Sharp Spear, and even Kirin. In a way, Chidori stood shoulder to shoulder with the Rasengan. Like master, like student, Kei thought after reading through Kakashi's notes. Even their jutsu are similarly structured. Rasengan, too, was essentially a prototype, immensely powerful in its raw form, but its potential for transformation was even greater. Compared to Chidori, Rasengan had more room for growth, though that might have been due to Naruto's unique path. Still, the nature of the two jutsu already determined their evolutionary trajectories. Rasengan had no chakra attribute, making it a blank canvas for customization. Chidori, on the other hand, was inherently tied to lightning. But if we're comparing compatibility, Kei thought, Chidori is definitely more suited for an Uchiha. He wasn't greedy, what suited him was what mattered most. And Chidori wasn't just a good fit for him, it also synergized perfectly with the Sharingan. With that in mind, Kei decisively began training in the jutsu. For him, Chidori wasn't all that difficult. During previous missions with Kakashi, he had already used the Sharingan to memorize Kakashi's hand seals and chakra control. Kei wasn't exactly known for his honesty, he'd copied Imai Kenta's sword techniques and then boldly lied about it. So there was no way he'd let an opportunity like Kakashi's jutsu pass him by. Especially since Kei lacked a decisive jutsu in his arsenal. Something that could turn the tide of battle. Chidori fit that role perfectly. Unfortunately, even after copying it, he found he couldn't actually perform it. The technique involved too many complex elements, and he didn't have time to work them out during wartime. Now that he had the scroll, he could finally study and train it properly. The biggest hurdle was obtaining lightning chakra and mastering its transformation. In the original story, Sasuke took over 10 days just to reach this stage. Kei didn't think he was more talented than that yet-to-be-born brat, so he wasn't in a rush. If something did go seriously wrong, he could always drop by Konoha Hospital, after all, Kakashi was still recovering there anyway. As the days passed, good news continued to arrive from the front lines, just as Kei had expected. After all, he had blown up the Kannabi Bridge. With their supply and reinforcements cut off, and now facing a rampaging Konoha army, the Iwa from the land of grass were practically dead men walking. What Kei found strange, however, was that ever since Uchiha Jun and the others last came to visit him, they hadn't bothered him again. It was as if he didn't exist. Not that he minded, Kei didn't like them anyway. He had no intention of seeking them out either, at least not anytime soon. For now, Kei had only one goal, mastering Chidori. With it, he would finally have a jutsu capable of deciding victory or defeat in a critical moment. Although Uchiha Ryoko disapproved of his intense training, she didn't press the issue. Instead, every night, she quietly applied medicine to Kei's right hand to help him recover faster. Chidori. After half a month of training and hard work, Kei finally overcame the difficulties of lightning chakra and its transformation. Kakashi's notes had played a huge role in this. As he completed the hand seals, arcs of electricity began to crackle wildly over his right hand. The more chakra he poured in, the harder it became to control. Kei frowned slightly, this wasn't easy. But he didn't panic. As his eyes turned crimson, his Sharingan boosted his coordination and control, and the unruly lightning arcs quickly calmed under his command. Then came the chirping, the sharp, high-pitched sound of birdsong emanating from his lightning-covered hand. A smile spread across Kei's face. The chirping grew louder and sharper, 1 bird, 2 birds, 10, 20, 100, 200, until it sounded like 1,000 birds were crying out in unison. The sound spread far and wide. You'd better come out now. I can't guarantee this technique won't accidentally hit you, Kei suddenly said coldly, tilting his head slightly. He might not have noticed a well-hidden ninja, but someone being this obvious. Kei wasn't going to pretend he didn't see. Impressive instincts for a battlefield veteran, Kei-kun, came a voice as Uchiha Jun stepped out from behind a tree with a faint smile. Don't misunderstand, I wasn't spying on your training. I came with news. Speak. The clan head has returned. He wants to see you. Uchiha Fugaku has returned, walking alongside Uchiha Jun toward Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Kei couldn't help but wonder to himself. If memory served him right, this eternal bottom dweller had been dispatched to the front lines, and he had taken his son with him. His return could only mean one thing: Iwagakure's offensive was losing steam. Perhaps in just a few months, maybe even weeks, the negotiations would conclude. After all, this time, hundreds, possibly thousands, of IWA shinobi had perished, reduced to wandering spirits. Among them could have been Inoki's own son, Kitsuchi. Then again, Kei figured that guy had likely already retreated. But it didn't matter, Konoha still had the Five Tails Jinchuriki in Minato's hands. With such a powerful bargaining chip, Konoha held all the cards. A strategic weapon like that was not something the third Tsuchikage would be willing to give up easily. This was Minato Namikaze's moment in the spotlight, the perfect chance to build his political capital. Even within just half a month of being back in Konoha, Kei had begun to hear whispers. No matter how much Kei tried to remain low-key, no matter how well Konoha tried to cover it up, public opinion was something you guided, not silenced. Then there was the incident with Orochimaru. No one truly believed the official story. Whether it was true or not, the poor judgment displayed by the higher-ups made it obvious, they were desperate. Maybe it was just a difference in mindset. Kei, coming from a world steeped in advanced science and technology, saw things a little more clearly. At this rate, his investment was finally paying off. Of course, the real returns would take time. After all, Minato was still only a squad captain, not yet Hokage. And the title of Hokage, that was something else entirely. Even a powerless Hokage held more symbolic weight than a mere squad captain. As Kei mulled this over, he turned to glance at Uchiha Jun. He suddenly realized something interesting. He had initially assumed she was merely a subordinate of one of the clan elders. But that didn't seem to be the case. Her loyalty, it appeared, was directed at Fugaku. Kei couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The small village of Konoha was already amusing enough, who would have thought the even smaller Uchiha clan would be just as tangled, the clan elders and the clan head were clearly not of one mind. Add in the ongoing clash between the hawks and doves, and then the fact that even the elite had been brainwashed. No wonder the clan had eventually been wiped out. "We're here, Kei-kun," Jun said with a gentle smile. "I'll take my leave. The clan head wishes to speak with you alone." "Thank you," Kei replied calmly and politely, then stepped forward alone into Fugaku's residence. The house was massive, the largest in the entire Uchiha district. But that was to be expected from the clan head. As the face of the Uchiha, Fugaku couldn't allow even a sliver of disgrace to fall on their name. Led by a family servant, Kei passed through a corridor and arrived at a small pond. The water was clear, teeming with leisurely fish. Nearby, a small bamboo fountain filled and tipped with a crisp, rhythmic clack as water struck stone. The serene soundscape, accompanied by the rustling of green bamboo, was unexpectedly soothing. In the gazebo beside the pond, a middle-aged man sat alone, sipping tea. That man was Uchiha Fugaku. He looked up, spotted Kei, and beckoned him over. Without hesitation, Kei walked over. Since the meeting was inevitable, he might as well face it head-on. Besides, the environment was quite comfortable. "Clan head," Kei greeted him respectfully, giving a slight bow. He didn't care about Fugaku's status, but those eyes of his. Kei couldn't afford to underestimate them. "Kei-kun, take a seat." "No need to be so formal," Fugaku said, gesturing toward the seat across from him. "This is our first time meeting, isn't it?" "Yes, clan head," Kei nodded with due politeness. Though Fugaku had said to relax, Kei had no intention of doing so. "I heard about your performance on the battlefield," Fugaku said after taking a sip of tea. "And Jun has spoken highly of you since I returned. I must say, I'm impressed. And it seems quite a few others in the clan are, too." Kei remained silent, simply listening. After all, he already knew. It wasn't just the Uchiha who were shaken, even Konoha's higher-ups had taken notice. But Fugaku didn't elaborate, and Kei didn't act clever by bringing it up either. When it came to stoicism, Fugaku was unmatched. When it came to indecisiveness, still him. And as for being a cold, calculating freak, He might just take the crown there too. A 3-tomo Sharingan, interesting. Quite unbelievable, Fugaku said, setting down his teacup. The soft clack of bamboo striking stone echoed again. You had already awakened your Sharingan before the war, hadn't you? Kei furrowed his brows but didn't respond. He looked at Fugaku with feigned confusion, opting to remain silent. At the same time, he was scanning through his memories, trying to identify any slip-ups. But as far as he could tell, no one had seen his eyes before, at least, no one who was still alive. Everyone who had seen his Sharingan before he openly used it had died, whether enemies or teammates. Only after awakening the Mangekyo had he stopped hiding it, partly because it was getting hard to keep it secret. Opening your eyes with 3-tomo right away. That's never been recorded in the clan's history, Fugaku continued, undeterred by Kei's silence. And you wielded it with such skill, far beyond a first-time user. You even wiped out the Ishimizu squad. Fascinating. Ah, so that's what tipped him off. It made sense. Outsiders unfamiliar with the Sharingan might not notice, but the clan head, a Mangekyo user himself, certainly would. A Sharingan wasn't something one mastered overnight. And Kei had not only awakened it at full power but used it to obliterate a renowned enemy unit. Of course it would raise eyebrows. They were careless, clan head, Kei replied coolly. Besides, if I had awakened the Sharingan long ago, why wouldn't I have used it earlier? Indeed. Maybe they were careless, Fugaku chuckled. And you truly have no reason to turn down such glory. Regardless of how or why, you'll go down in history. Go down in history, Kei sneered inwardly. More like a spot on the future hit list. The Uchiha clan registry was practically a list of the dead. Aside from Uchiha Sasuke, everyone listed had met an untimely end. Even those who hadn't died initially eventually perished. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, or even Uchiha Madara, who had seemingly returned from death, all were ultimately gone. Only Sasuke remained. Uchiha Kei had no interest in being recorded in history, but since the comment came from Uchiha Fugaku, he simply nodded silently, not voicing any opinion. After that, the two fell into a quiet lull, broken only by the gentle sound of water flowing in the pond and the rhythmic clack of a bamboo tube hitting stone. Kei turned his gaze toward the fish in the small pond, while Fugaku sipped his tea in silence. After a while, Fugaku slowly set his cup down and fixed his eyes on Kei. Kei-kun, let me ask, what do you think of Kakashi's eye? Fugaku's tone was calm, though his demeanor seemed indifferent. Kakashi's eye, Kei glanced at him and immediately understood the true intent behind the question. It was another test. From the very beginning, Fugaku had been probing him. It was true Kei had shown a few small flaws, but so what? As Kei had said before, if he had a Sharingan, why wouldn't he use it? It changed his fate and kept him alive. As long as Fugaku couldn't see into Kei's heart, any slip-ups meant little. Without confirmation, suspicions remained just that. Moreover, Fugaku had no clue how Kei had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, something he likely couldn't even guess. The question about the Sharingan had been to gauge Kei's attitude toward the clan, this one about Kakashi's eye was to test his stance on the village. Kei saw through it all. He wasn't sure how Fugaku viewed his loyalty to the clan, but his own attitude had always been neutral. Truthfully, he may have left the impression of someone who didn't particularly care about the clan, and why wouldn't he? He'd never received any nurturing or support from them. If Kei had suddenly become a staunch clan loyalist, that would have been even more suspicious. Not everyone was like Uchiha Obito. This matter is something the clan leader should decide. I'm just a chunin, Kei responded without hesitation. It wasn't something he needed to think deeply about. Is that so? I heard Obito gave Kakashi that eye willingly. How do you think this matter will end? Fugaku tilted his head slightly, eyeing Kei curiously. I'm just a chunin, clan leader, Kei repeated calmly but firmly, making it clear he had no intention of involving himself. "Ha, seems you hold some resentment toward both the clan and the village," Fugaku chuckled softly inside. "Alright, I understand. Since Keikoen has no thoughts on this, I won't press further." A ninja who didn't care much for the clan and wasn't swayed by clan ideals would normally be cast aside. But that assumed the clan had actually nurtured that person. No clan raises a wolf only to be bitten, but if you didn't nurture someone and still expected loyalty, that's just delusion. No reasonable person would believe in such blind devotion. Fugaku felt Kei was precisely that kind of person. He didn't pretend to be grateful or spout lines like, "Without the clan, I wouldn't exist." And somehow, that made Fugaku feel more at ease. Think about it, this boy had never received formal training from the clan. His father trained him briefly, then he was thrown onto the battlefield, where he awakened his Sharingan and survived. Why would someone like that feel indebted to the clan, but such a person was also worth cultivating. He was real, resentful, perhaps, but grounded. If he wasn't proud to be an Uchiha, then the clan would just have to redefine what it meant to be one. Kei wasn't unique in the Uchiha clan. Many were like him, marginalized, overlooked. If he hadn't awakened the Sharingan, Fugaku probably wouldn't even know his name, let alone come to see him. "You do have potential, but from today on, you'll need to adjust your mindset." Fugaku took a sip of tea. "Remember this, regardless of how little you value the clan, without it, you wouldn't have survived. You need the clan's recognition." "Because I have these eyes now?" Kei asked coldly, his Sharingan glowing crimson. "Yes. I don't like it either, but that's the reality of this clan." Fugaku nodded without hesitation. "Strength and the Sharingan are the only criteria we use to judge potential. Your father never distinguished himself, and so your birth drew little attention. Not every Uchiha can awaken the Sharingan, but everyone who does has the potential to become strong. I hope you understand that, Keikoen." Fugaku didn't even flinch at Kei's glowing red eyes. Rude or not, he simply didn't care. Calmly sipping his tea again, he turned to the pond, watching the fish swim freely, then sighed. Kei was one of those fish, trapped in the Uchiha clan's pond. No one could escape its confines. Then again, wasn't the whole Uchiha clan just fish in a larger pond? The pond had grown from a clan to a village. Everyone seemed free, but they were all bound by invisible currents. Maybe only those who truly controlled the pond could sit calmly at the center, drinking tea, watching the fish fight to prove their worth. But how many could ever reach that point? "I think I understand now, clan leader." Kei suddenly deactivated his Sharingan and spoke calmly. "So, what do I get in return?" "The clan's attention. Its influence. And its support." Fugaku smiled. "All the things you never had, you'll have them now." "Ah, little fish, one must still swim in the pond to be seen." After leaving Uchiha Fugaku's home, Uchiha Kei returned directly to his own house. To Kei, Fugaku's probing felt almost childish. It wasn't just Kei's previous life education that allowed him to see through such tactics, his knowledge of the storyline made Fugaku's intentions plain as day. On one hand, Fugaku was clearly fed up with how Konoha treated the Uchiha. As one of the founding clans, to be so heavily suppressed was humiliating for anyone. That frustration was genuine. But on the other hand, Fugaku was still Itachi's father, meaning he too carried a deep, idealistic hope for peace in the village. In that regard, he and Itachi were very much alike. The difference was, as clan head, Fugaku also bore responsibility. In that tangled web of conflicting emotions, mixed with the distrust that had built up since the Ninetales incident, he ultimately chose the path of a coup. What a pity, Kei thought as he lay on his bed. He had strength, he had ambition, but he wasn't a true schemer. Ironically, it was the son he raised who ended up breaking the clan. Kei understood him, but couldn't entirely agree with him. He understood the familial bond. If he were in Fugaku's position, maybe he'd prioritize family too. But what he couldn't wrap his head around was the sheer recklessness of putting the fate of the entire clan into the hands of a single son, forcing Itachi to choose between family and village. That kind of decision Kei would never accept. Fortunately, it was still early. Itachi was just a kid, and Shisui hadn't matured yet either. Kei, while still lacking in power, now had the Mangekyo as his foundation and room to grow. And more importantly, he had options. 3 paths lay before him, though none of them were ideal. The first, the easiest and most straightforward, was to side with Konoha. He'd seen countless fanfics where the MC defected to the village. But Kei had no desire to do that. He knew what kind of people ruled Konoha. Fugaku probably did too. The 4 elders were all products of Tobirama's ideology. Their stance on the Uchiha was no secret. Kei didn't trust them. If anything, he'd rather wipe them out. The second path was to help the Uchiha with their coup and put them in the position they so desperately craved. But honestly, that idea was even more absurd than the first. Aside from himself, the rest of the Uchiha were borderline lunatics. The ones with Sharingan were unstable, the ones without weren't strong enough. And who among them had the right to be Hokage? Was he supposed to take the role himself? He didn't have the status or the qualifications. The third option was to build up his strength and escape the village before the Uchiha were wiped out. But deep down, Kei hated this idea too. Following Madara Uchiha was a dead end. Even if he managed to kill Naruto and Sasuke before they fully grew into their roles and tried to warn Madara about the deception surrounding his resurrection, the odds of success weren't much better than helping the Uchiha seize power. Madara was too arrogant to believe Kei. And Obito was no pushover either. And let's not forget the Sage of 6 Paths. That old man was still lurking in spirit form, watching the world unfold. Who knew what kind of divine backlash Kei would face if he killed Naruto and Sasuke? As for going full rogue like some second-rate villain, Kei didn't have the mindset for that. And who knew when the Akatsuki or Konoha would come hunting him, bounty hunters might line up to take him out for cash. In short, being a rogue ninja with no backing was practically suicide. Sigh. No matter how I look at it, every road leads to death, Kei muttered, rubbing his temples. The situation was a mess. But he knew he had to make a decision, eventually. If only the person ruling Konoha could be someone kind to the Uchiha. Suddenly, Kei paused, a new thought taking shape. It was rough and full of obstacles, but, if it worked, everything could change. Of course, first he had to win Fugaku's trust and gain more influence within the clan. Thankfully, I know Fugaku's mindset and his true intentions thanks to the original timeline, Kei whispered, a sly grin forming at the corner of his lips. All I need is a keystone, just one small anchor point, and the rest will fall into place. As for everything else could be figured out later. This new possibility, perhaps it would become Kei's 4th path. But it was too early to act. For now, he needed to be patient, take one step at a time. He still wasn't strong enough. He had to strengthen himself, to truly wield the power of the Mangekyo. In this world, power was survival. As for who the fish in the pond really is, and who's watching from the edge. Kei chuckled. That's still up for debate. Fugaku, to his credit, followed through immediately. At dawn the next day, several Uchiha clan shinobi showed up at Kei's doorstep. They were there to escort him to the clan's library. Over the years, the Uchiha had accumulated a vast collection of scrolls and writings, covering ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even the training journals of past masters. Entry to the library required special permission. Normally, the Sharingan was a baseline requirement, but even that wasn't enough. Due to the sensitive nature of the materials, one also needed the explicit approval of either the clan head or an elder. Kei now had both, a fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan and Fugaku's endorsement. He was in. The sudden arrival of the shinobi startled Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Ryoko. But once they learned why, they were overwhelmed with pride. After all, not just anyone could access the library. And now, their son had done it. Even if that son didn't seem to fully acknowledge them. Uchiha Kei's days were going surprisingly well lately. Since he no longer had to be on the battlefield, he poured all his energy into improving his strength. The Uchiha clan's archive was massive, and the information it contained was incredibly useful to him. Aside from supplementing his ninjutsu, he focused most of his attention on notebooks and scrolls about Sharingan techniques, particularly practical notes on how to utilize it more effectively. Although Kei had awakened his Sharingan early and it had evolved to a high level, he hadn't used it extensively in combat. While his mastery wasn't bad, he still felt his foundation was lacking. Now, with all these materials to study, he was confident that with time and practice, his understanding of the Sharingan, and his ability to wield it, would reach new heights. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kei could finally slow down and work on solidifying his basics. Previously, he'd been too focused on survival and long-term security to care about foundational training. He had essentially forced his Sharingan to evolve through sheer willpower and desperation. Afterward, through the life-or-death trauma of Minato Namikaze's accidental strike, he awakened the Mangekyo. Kei could still use the Mangekyo's power, and quite effectively, but unless he found a way to obtain the eternal Mangekyo, overusing it would come at a cost. Because of this, it was practically inevitable that his main source of combat power would have to be his 3-tomo Sharingan. He had no intention of following Sasuke Uchiha's path of flashy jutsu and unkillable plot armor. After all, Sasuke was the reincarnation of one of the Sage of Six Paths sons. That guy and Naruto both came with built-in cheat codes. Aside from ninjutsu and Sharingan techniques, Kei also looked into kenjutsu, swordsmanship. The Uchiha were no slouches in taijutsu, and with the Sharingan support, their physical combat became even deadlier and more efficient. To better complement his Sharingan in real battle, Kei decided to keep using a ninja blade, just like he had on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Which means, I need to get myself a good sword. That was Kei's first thought after sorting through all the materials, some of which were messy but surprisingly helpful. There wasn't much else in ninjutsu that he needed to learn. Fire release was his primary style, and after reinforcing it with a few essential techniques, he was satisfied. As for lightning release, he had only just begun learning it, but Chidori alone was enough for now. Instead of learning more, he'd focus on refining and developing that one technique. Though, I'm starting to feel more and more like that younger guy. Kei couldn't help noticing some parallels between himself and the not-yet-born Sasuke Uchiha. But after thinking it through, he figured that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Sasuke's success was undeniable. It would be foolish not to learn from it. Still, Kei wasn't about to copy him completely. For example, Sasuke eventually gave up on fire release, but Kei had no intention of doing so. He hadn't forgotten just how terrifying Madara Uchiha's fire techniques were. And then there was Genjutsu. Kei wasn't going to neglect that either. Madara was infamous for weaving illusions mid-battle, turning his enemies into little more than training dummies. Kei wanted to reach that level, and he believed he could. All he needed was time. After all, no Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan ever ended up ordinary or insignificant. Even someone like Shisui, though often called a fool, left behind a single eye that stirred great turmoil. Except Uchiha Fugaku, perhaps. Anyway, it's about time I check on Kakashi and the others. Kei hadn't forgotten about Kakashi. Since returning to the village, he'd been completely immersed in training. During the day, he studied the clan archives. In the afternoon, he practiced everything he'd learned, and he made sure to keep refining his Chidori. At night, he focused on chakra training. Its importance was obvious. He didn't want to end up like Kakashi, always running out of chakra and forced into a 50-50 fight regardless of his opponent. Having decided, Kei briefly greeted Ryoko and headed out. Improving his relationship with Kakashi could prove beneficial, especially for a certain plan he had in mind. He also intended to visit Hyuga Ayaka. Regardless of how much he disliked her, she was still his teammate. As such, Kei would just have to grit his teeth and keep up appearances. It didn't really matter who was watching. But just as he left the Uchiha compound and walked toward the village center, several ANBU operatives suddenly appeared in front of him. The unexpected encounter startled him. If this hadn't been Konoha, he might have reacted aggressively. Even so, Kei remained on guard. He didn't trust ANBU, no matter who they worked for. Uchiha Kei. The Hokage wishes to see you. The ANBU leader spoke directly, wasting no time. The Hokage? Kei blinked, then quickly nodded. Understood. I'll go right away. Thanks for letting me know. The third Hokage wants to see me, Kei mulled it over. It wasn't like he had the right to refuse, not when the man in question had led Konoha through 2 world wars and was on track to win both. His reputation was unmatched in the village. Being summoned by someone like that? Most would consider it an honor. After watching the ANBU vanish, Kei adjusted his path toward the Hokage's office. Still, he couldn't help wondering what the Hokage wanted with him. It didn't take long for Kei to come up with a few guesses. Given his background, his behavior on the battlefield, and the way the Uchiha had treated him, it was only natural for the Hokage to be curious. Even if this meeting didn't accomplish anything concrete, it would at least serve as a show of unity, that Konoha was one big happy family. Because before Shisui Uchiha was brainwashed, any Uchiha could have become the next Shisui. Lord Hokage. After stepping into the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kei bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man seated behind the desk. Though called middle-aged, the third Hokage was clearly approaching the end of that phase, on the brink of entering old age. Perhaps in a few more years, he would be officially considered elderly. Even so, his strength remained formidable. Despite sitting calmly at his desk, Uchiha Kei could feel the pressure radiating from him, a quiet, yet undeniable sense of authority. Ah, it's you, Kei. The third Hokage, who had been reviewing some documents, looked up with a gentle smile. Apologies, I've been busy lately and haven't had the chance to meet with you. I've been meaning to for quite some time now. His tone was warm, nothing like the decisive war commander he once was. He gave off the same refreshing presence as Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Had Kei not read the original history, he might have believed this act. Or rather, had he not known the relationship between the third and Danzo's true nature, he might have been fooled. Regardless, the third Hokage was still the Hokage, while Kei was just an ordinary Chunin. Their statuses were worlds apart. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama, Kei replied sincerely. Serving the Leaf Village is the duty of every Konoha shinobi. Serving the Leaf Village, The third Hokage raised an eyebrow briefly before chuckling. Perhaps he was overthinking. After all, what could a young kid possibly be plotting? And what Kei said wasn't wrong, he had indeed done what any Konoha ninja should. Maybe it was age. The Hokage had been feeling more and more exhausted lately. Every little issue felt amplified, as if the weight of the village was getting heavier with each passing day. He was no longer the energetic young man he once was. His waning stamina reminded him constantly, he was growing old. So, what did you call me here for, Hokage-sama? Kei asked, unaware of the old man's internal musings, not that it mattered. Kei had chosen his words with purpose. Ah, right. Based on your performance on the battlefield, we've made a decision, the third said, his tone calm and steady. Looking at this young shinobi in front of him, the Hokage couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This boy had accomplished things most would consider impossible. Not only had he completed his mission, he had also rescued many fellow shinobi. While only Yamanaka Masato ultimately returned alive, their retaliatory actions deep behind enemy lines had been an overwhelming success. In fact, it might have exceeded even the Hokage's own expectations. Even if only Masato returned, his survival alone was proof of the mission's effectiveness. And then there was Kei, only 13, yet calm and decisive in battle, able to take down Jonin-level enemies alone, and possessing a fully awakened, three-tomo Sharingan. The Hokage had decided it was time to elevate his rank. From today onward, you are officially a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, the third Hokage said kindly. Congratulations, Kei. Just fill out this form. I see. No need for an exam? Kei asked curiously as he took the form, reading over the responsibilities, obligations, and benefits associated with the Jonin rank. Becoming a Jonin meant entering the village's true inner circle. It was no easy feat. While the Uchiha clan had several Jonin, only one had ever come close to the village's inner core, and he was long dead, Uchiha Kagami. As for how Kagami had died, no one knew. Kei had his suspicions, but nothing concrete. There were secrets buried deep, beyond anyone's reach. You're qualified, the Hokage said, rising to his feet and meeting Kei's gaze. Thank you for all you've done. You're a hero of the leaf. I don't deserve such praise, Hokage-sama, Kei replied with a calm smile, though inwardly he felt nauseated. I am a Konoha ninja. Without the village, there would be no Uchiha Kei. He was a master at saying exactly what people wanted to hear. Oh. The third's eyes gleamed, though his face quickly softened again. I understand. You have things to take care of, right? You've been back nearly a month but haven't left the Uchiha compound much. Yes, I've been recovering from injuries. Now that I'm better, I plan to visit my teammates, especially Kakashi. Kei smiled gently, as if recalling fond memories. Seeing this, the Hokage waved his hand, motioning for him to go. Kei didn't linger. After quickly completing the paperwork, he left the office. He glanced once at the towering Hokage building and the monument behind it. A cold smile flickered across his face. As expected. They're treating me like the next Uchiha Shursui. Back in the office, the third Hokage's gentle smile gradually faded as he watched Kei's departing figure. His mind was restless. Kei's words had been too perfect. His performance, too flawless. He looked exactly like the kind of Uchiha who had suffered injustice but remained loyal to the leaf and devoted to his comrades. The Hokage knew what the Uchiha's love was like, passionate and all-consuming, often directed at family and friends. Clearly, Kei valued his teammates. And yes, he had reason to feel wronged, his mission was practically a death sentence. Still, Kei had remained composed throughout. Maybe he had accepted it. But what puzzled the Hokage was, why did Kei seem so attached to his current team? He had lost so many teammates before and survived alone. So why was this time different? Maybe because his current teammates survived while the others didn't. The third considered. Further observation is needed. Hopefully, he can become useful. He shook his head. In the past, he would never have trusted an Uchiha so easily. But now, Orochimaru's betrayal weighed heavily on him. The ANBU reports had left him exhausted and overwhelmed. The Uchiha situation, the post-war negotiations, and Orochimaru's mess, all of it crushed down on his shoulders, a constant reminder of his age. It was time, he thought, to find a young and capable successor. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kei made his way straight to the flower shop. He hadn't left the Uchiha compound much lately, having buried himself in study and training. But today, he noticed something unusual. There were significantly more ninja roaming the streets. Most of them bore visible injuries, some light, some more severe. Yet their spirits remained high, and many greeted Uchiha Kei with warm familiarity. It didn't take long for Kei to realize, they had just returned from the battlefield, likely the same one he had fought on in the land of grass. He returned their greetings and quietly listened in on their conversations. With a sigh, he realized most of them were either boasting about their exploits or lamenting their bad luck, being injured before even getting a chance to fight. Kei couldn't help but shake his head at the contrast. Despite their injuries, many still carried the excitement of having survived, and a spark in their eyes that hinted they would readily return to the battlefield if asked. Kei had no doubt that if the higher-ups of Konoha summoned them again, for the future of the village, they would charge forward without hesitation. The cohesion Konoha had instilled in its ordinary ninja was terrifyingly strong. History had shown that, under the leadership's command, these shinobi were willing to throw away their lives for vague ideals. It was thanks to them that Konoha stood tall today. Yet ironically, they were the ones who received the least. The spoils of war had long since been divided among the higher-ups and the major clans. Watching the festive crowd celebrating in the streets, Kei stood to the side, calm, quiet, and a little out of place. There was a trace of sarcasm in his heart. Perhaps ignorance really was bliss. Still, he kept these thoughts to himself, offering polite smiles in return. Deep down, though, he had a feeling this war might truly be nearing its end. Hands in his pockets, Kei continued on his way. It didn't take long before he arrived at a local flower shop in Konoha. Kei-kun. To his surprise, he ran into Yamanaka Masato. Masato-san. Kei looked at him, slightly puzzled. What are you doing here? Wait, is this flower shop run by the Yamanaka clan? Sort of, Masato laughed. Let's just say our young clan head opened it to give his wife something to do so she wouldn't get too bored. He went to the battlefield too, you know how it is. As for me, I was injured, so I can't train or return to the front lines for now. I'm just here lending a hand. Kei nodded. It seemed every generation of the Inoshikacho trio ended up on the battlefield. A show of loyalty to the third Hokage, perhaps, still, due to their status, they wouldn't be sent to the most dangerous areas. Their survival rate was much higher. And since the husbands were off to war, it made sense their wives would need something to occupy their time. Yamanaka Inoichi seemed like a romantic type, thoughtful of his family. Setting up a flower shop for his wife was a sweet gesture. Besides, businesses like these helped bridge the gap between clan shinobi and civilian ninja, aligning well with the philosophies passed down from the second and third Hokage, at least on the surface. Are you here to buy flowers? Masato asked, suddenly remembering something. Visiting family? Friends? Oh, your teammates, right? Yeah, Kei nodded. Kakashi. Anne. Hyuga Ayaka. You must be close. But I have to admit, I don't know much about flower meanings, so I'm not the best person to ask for recommendations. Masato thought for a moment, then pointed to a pot of orchids. Still, most people who come here tend to pick these. You might want to consider them. Orchids, huh? Kei looked at the flowers and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. He wasn't familiar with flower language. Aside from carnations, he probably wouldn't recognize the meaning behind any bloom. But since Masato suggested them, he was willing to trust his judgment. Besides, it was a good chance to strengthen his relationship with Masato. Though they had fought on the same battlefield and Kei had even saved him, the truth was that they came from different camps. In the past, Kei wouldn't have bothered with such thoughts, especially given the strained relationship between the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage. But he now understood that the key to pushing the third into retirement lay in both the war's conclusion and the looming issue of Orochimaru. And that moment was drawing closer. Even if the third continued to pull strings behind the scenes, a shift was coming. The major clans would likely begin exploring new alliances. After all, both the third and Danzo had long since worn out their welcome. With orchids in hand, Kei finally made his way toward the hospital. Konoha Hospital was bustling. The recent war, combined with the havoc Kei himself had stirred up, had sent many shinobi back to the village. Naturally, that meant the hospital was overflowing with the wounded, and the halls were packed with visitors. There were also families grieving quietly for loved ones who hadn't survived their injuries. They kept their cries low, not wanting to disturb others or spread their grief, so their sorrowful sobs blended into the bustling sounds of the hospital corridors. Kei didn't like that sound, but he had learned to face it with calm. He had seen far worse on the battlefield. Moving with a numb expression, he made his way to Kakashi's ward. He found it quickly. Kei-kun. As he opened the door, he saw several wounded Konoha shinobi in the room. Kakashi was among them. Rin Noera spotted him first and waved excitedly. But her voice brought an instant hush over the room. Kei's name carried weight now, his reputation had spread far. As he stepped in, the patient stared at him. Then, as if a dam had broken, families and friends of the wounded began to gather around. "You're Uchiha Kei, right? Thank you so much for everything you've done. If not for you, Ryosuke might not have made it back alive. Thank you, thank you." The families of Konoha's injured shinobi were overwhelmingly enthusiastic, so much so that this was likely the first time Uchiha Kei had encountered such warmth in all his 13, nearly 14, years of life. Kei felt a strange mix of emotions. He could tell these people were genuinely grateful. But deep down, he knew the reason he did what he did wasn't out of heroism, it was self-preservation. Still, Kei wasn't stupid. With a warm smile, he responded to the family's gratitude, greeting both them and the wounded themselves. He might have crossed paths with some of them during the Grass Country mission. A few had even shielded him from enemy kunai. "You're very kind, Kei-kun, and popular too," Rin Noera teased lightly once the crowd had dispersed. "But it's no surprise. You're a hero, after all." "Hero, huh?" Kei chuckled and shook his head. "You're all heroes too. You were just forced to leave the battlefield early because of injuries." Kei preferred talking to people like Rin, a sweet, pure-hearted girl, over political powerhouses like Uchiha Fugaku or the Third Hokage. Around her, he didn't need to second-guess every word or action. To Kei, Kakashi fell into the same category. Unlike people like Hyuga Ayaka or Imai Kenta, Kakashi didn't leave Kei feeling drained. Around them, Kei could actually relax. "If it weren't for you, Kei, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive," Kakashi said as he struggled to sit up. "That hit from Kitsuchi was brutal. Good thing you held him off and summoned Sensei. You've got it backwards, Kakashi. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Rin." Kei patted his shoulder. "I only did what any team leader should. And besides, I should be thanking you, that info you gave me really helped." Although Kei enjoyed the feeling of Kakashi's gratitude, he also knew exactly what to say. Rin still held a much higher place in Kakashi's heart than he ever would. And Kei was genuinely thankful. Though he hadn't officially used it yet, the Chidori technique Kakashi passed on had already proven to be a tremendous asset. No matter the reason behind it, Kakashi's help deserved recognition. "You've already learned it?" Kakashi tilted his head, surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect you to pick it up so fast. Back in school, you never seemed like the honor student type." "Come on. I wasn't a star student, sure, but I wasn't failing either," Kei replied with a dramatic eye roll. His SOSO academic performance hadn't been a choice. Without relying on his Sharingan, Kei's true skill level was average at best. If not for Uchiha Keisuke giving him special training, and Kei being forced to play the long game just to survive, he might not have lived this long. If anyone was to blame, it was Konoha, or maybe the war itself. If Konoha hadn't forced him to graduate early in his second year, he wouldn't have ended up on the battlefield. And if it weren't for this war, he wouldn't have been forced into adulthood. "I remember Guy giving you a good beatdown back then," Rin giggled, just like he did with Obito. Her words trailed off, though. Unintentionally, she'd brought up Obito, causing both her and Kakashi's mood to dampen. Kei had indeed been thrashed by Might Guy during a practical class. He didn't mind. After all, this was the same man who kicked both Obito and Uchiha Madara around in his prime. Even Madara himself called Guy the strongest. What better compliment was there? but while Kei could laugh it off, others didn't see it that way. Losing to someone like Might Guy, a guy with no ninjutsu talent, was seen as humiliating. Glancing at the suddenly quiet Rin and Kakashi, Kei sighed. Clearly, the mention of Obito had struck a chord. He figured it was time to excuse himself. Kei couldn't tell them the truth about Obito's situation. And in a cruel twist of fate, it had been Kakashi's actions that nudged Obito down a dark path. Rin had a part in it too, sure. But the real puppet master behind it all was Uchiha Madara. What could ants like them do against that? I should get going, Kei stood. Don't dwell on the past too much. Life has to move forward. I didn't know Obito well, but I doubt he'd want you two to spend the rest of your lives burdened by grief. When the time comes and you meet again in the Pure Land, wouldn't it be better if you had something beautiful to tell him about your lives, rather than just regrets? Thank you, Kei-kun, Rin and Kakashi replied quietly. Rin even had tears at the corners of her eyes. No need to thank me. We're friends, aren't we? Kei smiled and waved it off. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back to Kakashi. Oh, and if any Uchiha ever gives you trouble, you know why, just come find me. Got it? Got it. Kakashi touched his scarred, crimson eye and nodded. I understand, Kei-kun. And yeah, we're friends. I'll walk you out, Rin offered. No need. Stay here with Kakashi. I still have someone else to visit. Kei declined Rin's offer and stepped out. Behind him, he could hear Rin murmuring to Kakashi, Kei-kun really is such a gentle soul. Which made him chuckle under his breath. Spending time with these two naive sweethearts really did put him at ease. Kei genuinely liked them, not just because they were kind, but because through them, he saw something rare. Hope. And something even more precious, purity. According to Kei's memory, that hope and purity in Kakashi might just endure. But not in me, Kei muttered with a sigh. I lost that a long time ago. If it weren't for survival, who would choose to become this way? Maybe living as a blissfully ignorant sweetheart isn't such a bad thing after all. With that thought, Uchiha Kei opened the door to Hyuga Ayaka's hospital room. The hospital room where Hyuga Ayaka was staying looked remarkably similar to Kakashi's, except this one was occupied almost entirely by female ninja. Uchiha Kei's sudden appearance caught these kunoichi off guard for a moment. Still, it didn't cause much of a stir, after all, people came and went from the hospital every day. What was more surprising was Ayaka's reaction. She blinked, clearly not expecting Kei of all people to visit her. You came? She asked, her tone laced with curiosity. But then her expression shifted, a teasing smile spreading across her face. How rare, an Uchiha visiting a Hyuga. Looks like Kei-kun really is something special. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were two of the most prominent dojutsu families in Konoha, no, in the entire ninja world. But their relationship was far from harmonious. Their bloodline techniques overlapped in certain areas, yet had evolved in different directions. The Sharingan excelled in perception, while the Byakugan was unmatched in surveillance. In truth, the two eye techniques shared deep origins, something that perhaps only Uchiha Kei understood now. Most others were entirely unaware. Due to their rivalry, there had always been a sense of subtle hostility between the two clans. Conflicts, both overt and underhanded, were common. Hyuga Ayaka had never feared Kei. In fact, before he awakened his Sharingan, she had looked down on him. Even after he managed to kill a Jonin, she still dismissed it as nothing more than a bloodline advantage. The Hyuga weren't to be underestimated, and neither were the Uchiha. Without Mangekyo Sharingan, the so-called strongest of both families were more or less evenly matched. Ayaka came from the branch family, and Kei was a fringe member of the Uchiha. There was no reason for her to feel threatened, until now. Now that Kei had awakened the Sharingan, she had to be more cautious around him. Though her attitude was still resentful, fear had begun to seep in. I'm here to check on my teammate, Kei said with a warm smile. You're the only one in our squad who got injured. As captain, it's my duty to care about my comrades, isn't it? Kei-kun, that's a bit careless of you, Ayaka blinked innocently. Are you hoping Captain Fukuhiko meets with misfortune? Or, have you heard something I haven't? She really is a piece of work, Kei thought, mentally cursing. She'd gotten even more sarcastic in the short time they'd been apart. Still, he didn't let it bother him. Before his reincarnation, he'd run several level 13 troll accounts on anti-forums. He'd long since grown out of petty arguments, besides, it didn't suit his status anymore. Of course, I hope Captain Fukuhiko lives a long, healthy life, Kei replied. Unfortunately, even if he comes back, it's unlikely he'll continue as our team's leader. There's always a chance, of course, but, he leaned in closer with a sly grin. I just came from the third Hokage's office. Standing before you now is no longer just Chunin Uchiha Kei, but Jonin Uchiha Kei. You? A Jonin? Ayaka's expression faltered. She had expected this, but not so soon. Kei's promotion was faster than she had anticipated. With Kei as a Jonin, there was no longer any reason for Captain Fukuhiko to remain with the team. Kei had led the squad successfully during their last mission, proving he had what it took. Kei was more in sync with the team than Fukuhiko ever was. It was only a matter of time before the latter was officially reassigned. And now Kei had come to visit her, clearly for appearances. Just like she suspected, this was all a performance. Congratulations, Captain, Aya forced a smile, though it clearly stung. Kei was more than pleased with her reaction. Children of noble families were always like this, even if they hated you to the core, they'd never show it in front of others. Especially in a family like the Hyuga, where hierarchy and tradition were carved into their bones. Thank you, Ayaka-chan, Kei nodded graciously, then leaned in and whispered, take your time to recover. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other. Then I'll be counting on you, Captain, she muttered through clenched teeth. No worries, Kei beamed. It's only natural to look after the weak. And I must say, your little performance was impressive. I really learned something from it. Captain, I'm not sure I follow. Ayaka's eyes widened in confusion, her expression almost convincing. Almost. But Kei, even without activating his Sharingan, noticed her pupils dilate for a split second. That was enough to confirm his suspicion. She had done it on purpose. But what gave her the confidence that it wouldn't blow up in her face? Ayaka was ambitious, decisive, and valued her life. She must have noticed some detail, some clue, that led her to believe this was the best course of action. As Kei pieced it together, a theory began to form. It's nothing, he said, leaning even closer despite her obvious discomfort. I just remembered something. Before he left, Captain Minato told us to summon him only in a life-or-death situation. So I wondered, what qualifies as truly dire? Kakashi being injured? Close, but not quite. For me to really commit, someone else had to get hurt. Captain, what are you talking about? Ayaka's expression darkened. I'm a bit tired. Don't be in such a rush. Kei ignored her and continued, you took a big gamble. But with your Byakugan, even if it wasn't deliberate, you would have noticed my attempt to ambush. The best way to make the enemy lower their guard is to appear defeated. You must have been terrified, afraid I'd let that Iwa finish you off. But you knew I wouldn't. You knew I wouldn't risk my own life. This is all just speculation, Captain, Ayaka said coldly. Her face was calm, but inside she was seething. Kei had hit the nail on the head. Yes, she had gambled. She bet that Kei wouldn't let the Iwa kill her, and that once injured, she could avoid further participation. She bet he would summon Minato under pressure. And she had been right on all counts. Because Kei, too, was someone who valued his life. Under extreme circumstances, he would always choose the safest path. Her injury gave her a clean way to exit the battlefield in grass country without tarnishing her reputation. Facing a squad like Kitsuchi's, surviving at all was a miracle, being seriously wounded was perfectly understandable. This gamble had given her the perfect out. What she didn't expect, was that Kei would figure it all out. Uchiha Kei stepped out of the Konoha hospital feeling surprisingly refreshed, especially when he recalled Hyuga Ayaka's pale and disheartened expression. That alone brought him immense satisfaction. This woman truly had guts, and a sharp mind. Even under such extreme circumstances, she managed to devise a plan that not only got her off the battlefield, but also freed her from any further missions. The most infuriating part. She succeeded by manipulating him, Uchiha Kei. Realizing that after the fact left Kei extremely vexed. So when he exposed her intentions today, how could he not feel a sense of smug vindication? Still, Kei understood that calling her out didn't amount to much. Was he really going to report her? Even if he tried, he had no real evidence. And knowing Hyuga Ayaka, she'd just claim slander and turn the tables with ease. Worse yet, if she ever decided to go all out and suggested a Yamanaka clan ninja examine her mind for proof, he would be the one in deep trouble. Their team's actions on the battlefield were essentially a direct violation of protocol. No, they stomped all over the rules, and as team leader, Uchiha Kei would be the first to face punishment. Never mind the merits he'd earned. In the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, those meant little. Just look at Konoha's White Fang, now reduced to nothing but bones. If he, a freshly promoted jonin, thought he could go up against the system, he was kidding himself. And let's not forget his last name, Uchiha. That alone made things more precarious. If he ever got into trouble, there was no guarantee the clan would protect him for the sake of their own honor. Konoha certainly wouldn't show mercy. So no, he couldn't afford to trigger Hyuga Ayaka's self-destruction. Still, having leverage over her felt good. After this episode, she'd surely be more restrained. And it served as a much-needed wake-up call for Kei himself. The Kannabi Bridge incident had shown him exactly what kind of shinobi Imai Kenta was. That alone made Kei even more cautious when dealing with someone like Hyuga Ayaka. The truth was clear, she was crazy, cunning, and absolutely not someone to take lightly. If I had trusted her too easily, I might have ended up dead the next time things got dicey, Kei thought as he walked. Good thing I figured her out early. I'll need to find a way to deal with her eventually. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. This woman knew far too much, information she had no right accessing. Sure, he held dirt on her too, but her status as a branch member meant that in critical moments, she could be controlled by the Hyuga clan's main house. The Hyuga were a smart clan. Unlike the Uchiha, who were impulsive and blind to the bigger picture, they'd already aligned themselves with the third Hokage. If the third so much as hinted at a demand, they'd probably hand Hyuga Ayaka over without hesitation. Kei didn't want things to go that far. But for his own safety, he couldn't afford to not think ahead. It was becoming painfully clear, environment was one of the greatest forces in shaping a person. In peaceful times, everyone longed for the light. Uchiha Kei never would have become like this. But after enduring the horrors of war, and fully understanding where his clan was headed, Kei had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk down a path he once desperately tried to avoid. Still, deep inside, he held on to a bit of hope. For now, it was one step at a time. If his plan succeeded, there might be better options waiting for him down the line. But that would take time, and meticulous planning. Kei's focus, for now, was to handle what lay ahead. Of course, he'd also prepared for the worst. If everything went south, he was ready to leave Konoha behind. He wasn't like Itachi. His heart may be dark enough, but he could never bring himself to kill those who raised and guided him. Now free from the pressure of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kei hadn't become someone entirely different, but his heart and reason had undeniably begun to shift toward a solitary path. Lifting his head, he looked at the sky. The sun was bright, a sign of good weather. He decided some training would do him good. After all, Uchiha Kei was no longer just a poor kid from the past. With all the resources he now had access to, it would be downright foolish not to improve himself. He also wanted to document the changes in his Mangekyo Sharingan, explore a few personal theories, and reflect on possible future developments. With that in mind, he changed course and headed toward his usual training spot in the forest. Still, he kept his guard up, observing his surroundings carefully. He made sure to take a smooth, open route. Only by staying clear of dense woodland could he tell if someone was following him. But as he walked, Kei realized he'd wandered dangerously close to a cliff. Activating his Sharingan, he began to scan the area. After a thorough sweep, a bitter truth dawned on him: he'd been back in Konoha for a whole month, and he'd completely misjudged everything. Worse, on the way here, he'd basically been waging a battle of wits with air. Turns out, even with these eyes, I'm still just a bottom feeder in the eyes of Konoha's elite, he muttered, scratching his chin in frustration. The war just ended. The third wouldn't pull anything drastic right now. His focus is probably still on negotiations with Iwa Nin, and on Orochimaru. Kei sighed. His paranoia had definitely gone too far. Still, he didn't think it was necessarily wrong. In times like these, you couldn't be too careful. If anything, this had just been a dress rehearsal. Sure, it looked kind of pathetic in hindsight, but it was better to be safe than sorry. With that thought, Kei finally exhaled the tension from his chest. Still, he stayed alert. Paranoia may make him look like an idiot, but being an idiot who lived was better than a genius who died. He took a detour, circled around cautiously, and finally created a shadow clone before sprinting toward his underground hideout. He'd never dare to experiment with such things in his home. Missions, battles, anything could expose his secrets, sealed or not. So for safety's sake, he'd never mess with that kind of thing inside his own house. Once inside the dark chamber, he didn't bother turning on the lights. His crimson Sharingan let him see everything clearly. The place was damp and unpleasant, but to Kei, it suited his current self perfectly. Ever since Uchiha Kei was certain that the third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha were too preoccupied to keep a close eye on the Uchiha clan, he had been spending more time at his small hidden base. Still, Kei didn't dare let his guard down completely. Even when researching and recording details about his Mangekyo Sharingan, he always left behind a shadow clone in the nearby forest. This clone wasn't just to fool any potential, albeit unlikely, surveillance, it could also deter any passerby. And of course, it doubled as a tool for training, something Naruto Uzumaki had already proven effective. Since it worked, Kei wasn't going to let the opportunity go to waste. The only regret was that his chakra reserves weren't large enough, otherwise, he might have tried training like Naruto too. In any case, Kei was finally able to study and document his Mangekyo Sharingan properly, just as he had always wanted. Unfortunately, he had barely begun making preliminary notes when he had to put everything on hold. News of Minato Namikaze's sweeping victories on the front lines had begun pouring into the village like snowflakes in winter. Iwagakure, having already lost all hope in this war, couldn't stand up to the combined force of Minato and Jiraiya, especially with their supply lines severed. Although some Iwa Nin were still determined to fight to the bitter end, even attempting to ambush negotiators like Shikaka Nara, the truth was that the Land of Earth no longer had the will to continue expending resources on the grass country front. Now, their focus had shifted toward preserving strength and ending the war with dignity, and figuring out how to deal with the muscle-headed Cloud Nin from the Land of Lightning. Apart from a few squads left behind to guard against Iwa Nin and protect the negotiators, most Konoha shinobi had already returned home. It was hard to believe that just a month ago, they had been fighting tooth and nail. But thanks to the Land of Earth's own mistakes, and Minato Namikaze leading Kei's team in the daring assault on the Kannabi Bridge, the war was now drawing to a close. Of course, the main credit went to Minato. Though Kei had earned recognition during this operation, everyone remembered it as, under Minato Namikaze's leadership. And rightly so. Every battle Minato joined ended in overwhelming victory. His reputation soared, and for a time, the yellow flash of the leaf eclipsed every other name in the ninja world. Riding that wave of acclaim, Minato returned to Konoha. The war in the grass country no longer required his presence. Kei heard that the third Hokage had already struck a deal with the sand, and now the Inoshikacho trio was being sent to negotiate with IWA. Kei couldn't help shaking his head when he learned this. It seemed the third had been truly rattled by the war. After all, it was strange for the victors to approach the defeated with peace talks rather than waiting for them to surrender. Perhaps the losses Konoha suffered had been too great. The Hokage must have believed the village could no longer afford prolonged conflict. And so, he made a decision unbecoming of a victorious nation, especially when considering the generous terms he offered. Inoki was already under pressure, and the IWA Nin had been thoroughly intimidated by Minato. The third's decision might, well, harm the interests of many from the village. Still, Kei wasn't surprised. This mirrored the events that would later befall the Hyuga clan. The methods might differ, but the essence was the same, sacrificing part of the whole to preserve the greater interest of Konoha. That part could be a single clan or all the shinobi of the village. But what exactly constituted the greater good? Was it the village's welfare, or just that of the leadership? That was a question worth pondering. Regardless, these matters didn't concern Kei at the moment. He was focused on his Mangekyo Sharingan research, documenting the differences between it and the standard Sharingan. The differences he examined weren't just in dojutsu techniques, but also in the raw enhancements the eyes provided, like heightened perception, body coordination, genjutsu amplification, and ninjutsu control. Sadly, before he could compile and analyze all the data, he was forced to stop. The third Hokage had announced a grand funeral in Konoha. War always demanded sacrifice. Everyone knew that. But as battles dragged on, people grew numb. Shinobi, in particular, became killing machines. They didn't just disregard the lives of others, they grew indifferent to their own. Yet when the casualties finally hit close to home, someone they knew, someone they cared about, they realized they weren't as numb as they thought. And so, a memorial was necessary. A ceremony to remind these hardened warriors that they were still human, capable of feeling. Of course, this was also a political performance. Whether it was a sincere tribute to the fallen or a move by the village elders to show respect and gratitude, it was a necessary event. Kei wasn't particularly interested, but as a jonin of Konoha who had fought in the war, he had no choice but to attend with Uchiha Fugaku. I guess this is part of what it means to have status, huh? Most of those attending were jonin. Some were decorated civilians, others were clan heads. Kei spotted Kakashi and Minato among them. Dressed in a formal black kimono, Kei stood in the second row reserved for the Uchiha clan. The outfit felt awkward and restrictive, he much preferred his battle gear. Gazing at the dense crowd and the stone monument covered in names, Kei couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, despite the numbness that war had instilled in him. There was no rain today, but the sky was overcast, heavy, just like the hearts of many attending villagers. No one recited eulogies. No one cried. The silence was absolute. Everyone just stood quietly, each mourning in their own way. They all knew that words wouldn't bring the dead back. From this day forward, no one would speak of that person again, because their name had become synonymous with sorrow. Their story would fade into the forgotten past, swallowed by history, leaving only a name on a spirit plaque, meaningless to some, yet carrying tremendous weight. Clan leader, someone near Kei whispered quietly, I've heard rumors that the third Hokage may step down. Some are suggesting you run for the fourth. Don't speak of such things again, Fugaku replied, eyes still closed, his voice firm with rejection. What about Kakashi? The voice pressed on. He's not of our clan, yet he possesses the Sharingan. If you say something like that one more time, Kei suddenly cut in, his voice sharp, I won't hold back." As he spoke, his eyes turned crimson. The three tomo of the Sharingan spun slowly in his gaze. Uchiha Kei had always wondered what would truly trigger Uchiha Fugaku. Knowing Fugaku's personality, Kei had been carefully analyzing when such a trigger might appear, or perhaps, when he himself could present it to lure Fugaku in. What he didn't expect, was for the opportunity to arrive so soon. Kakashi, who was he? The future student of the fourth Hokage. And Kei had already, to some extent, shown goodwill toward him. That alone was a perfect angle to play. Now, it was all about how Kei would execute this setup, and sure enough, his actions and words had already caught Fugaku's attention. A solid opening move. Kei had once deliberately shown a disregard for the clan in front of Fugaku, though, to be fair, that was partially true. Even though Kei had made a more neutral stance afterward, Fugaku never believed he was that compliant. And as expected, this kid really was different. The Uchiha clansmen hadn't anticipated Kei to suddenly take such a confrontational stance, especially with those blood-red Sharingan eyes, spinning with all three tomo. He faltered. "What about me?" Kei's tone was unflinchingly firm. "You bring up matters like this here, of all times? Have you forgotten Kakashi's connection to Namikaze Minato? Or who stands behind Minato? The village has barely regained peace, and you're so eager to stir things up again. Have you ever even been on a battlefield? Uchiha Kei. You're insulting the honor of the Uchiha clan," the man snapped back, clearly rattled. After all, he hadn't been on the battlefield. Kei sneered. "Someone who's never even set foot on a battlefield thinks he can talk to me about honor. Honor is earned. I fought for mine. You haven't, and you don't even deserve to enjoy it. Kakashi's I was a gift from Obito, a battlefield hero. And you don't even respect the will of the fallen. And you dare speak of Uchiha honor?" His words were sharp, merciless, and they hit hard. The middle-aged man beside Kei was rendered speechless. Kei hadn't even lowered his voice. The nearby Hyuga clan members could hear everything loud and clear. It wouldn't take long before this little scene reached the ears of the third Hokage and other Konoha shinobi attending the funeral. Which was exactly Kei's intent. It might have looked like a reprimand, but really, it was a message, directed at the third Hokage and the average Konoha shinobi. If Kei wanted to bait Fugaku, then the trigger had to hold enough weight. If it was shallow or unimpressive, Kei would only end up looking like a fool. As Kei delivered his calculated outburst, he subtly observed Fugaku's expression. Sure enough, the clan head's face shifted with subtle emotion, anger, confusion, and deep contemplation. Complex, but just the reaction Kei hoped for. If even this much couldn't move Fugaku, then Kei's strategy would have been a total failure. Fugaku was still Fugaku, unchanged by the Ninetales incident. He couldn't bring himself to make the hard decisions. Deep down, he was still loyal, not to the Hokage, but to Konoha itself. Enough. Both of you, that's enough. Fugaku finally spoke, his tone decisive. This is a time to honor the fallen, not embarrass ourselves. Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from Obito. Respect the will of the dead. But, the clansman began, but Kei swiftly cut him off. Was the clan head not clear enough? Kei's eyes returned to normal. Do you even understand what it means to respect the will of the dead? You stop too, Kei. Fugaku interjected, ending the argument. Hiroki was from your father's generation. He's your elder. Elder? Kei didn't say a word, but the cold smirk on his face spoke volumes, as if to say, this kind of trash counts as an elder. His disdain was plain, and Uchiha Hiroki was visibly seething. Still, he couldn't lash out again, not when Fugaku had made his stance so clear. No further conflict broke out. The Hero Memorial ceremony continued and concluded smoothly. But afterward, Kei noticed Hiroki glaring at him with open hostility. Kei could only sigh. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. He'd already made his decision. If he wanted to set his plan in motion, this kind of cost was inevitable. There was a saying Kei remembered: how can one have both the Buddha and the beauty? One must always make a choice. Everyone wants a perfect ending, but such things don't exist. And even if they do, they come with a price, silent effort and unseen sacrifices. Kei was a realist. He couldn't be sure if his plan would succeed, but if it could protect his life and future, he was willing to take that risk. Still, he wasn't putting all his eggs in one basket. His current approach was to curry favor with both sides, a strategic compromise. After all, one must always plan for alternatives. Keikun, please wait a moment. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice stopped him. It was Namikaze Minato. Captain Minato, is something wrong? Kei turned back, polite and composed. I heard what happened just now, Minato said earnestly. Then, without hesitation, he bowed deeply. Thank you for standing up for Kakashi. I truly appreciate it. Captain Minato, that's really not necessary. Kei quickly moved to stop him, clearly surprised. I told Kakashi before, if any Uchiha gave him trouble, he could come to me. I was just keeping my word. No need to thank me. Truth is, I'm just using your future status to build leverage, Kei thought silently. He sighed inwardly. Minato's openness and sincerity left a good impression, but when he compared that to the third Hokage's cunning, he couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder Orochimaru said Minato is just the third's puppet. After the funeral, Uchiha Kei returned to a relatively peaceful routine. His days were spent reading in the archive, training, and recording data on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Life was simple yet fulfilling. However, certain circumstances forced Kei to slightly adjust his schedule. For example, he had to move the Mangekyo data logging to mornings. That's because ever since Kakashi got discharged from the hospital, perhaps because Minato was too busy, or maybe just out of curiosity about Kei's Chidori training, he came looking for Kei. Of course, Kakashi didn't dare step into the Uchiha district. Even he knew that, as someone with a Sharingan but not of Uchiha blood, he wasn't exactly welcome there. By pure coincidence, Kakashi had ducked into a relatively unknown forest to avoid Might Guy and ended up bumping into Kei, who was training with shadow clones. After running into each other a few times, Kei adjusted his schedule to train with Kakashi. It was a bit inconvenient, but having Kakashi around made him feel safer. With Kakashi as a decoy, even if the village was secretly watching him, they probably wouldn't discover much, right? Besides, training with Kakashi meant Kei had a decent sparring partner. Sure, his chakra pool was a bit lacking, but he had real combat experience and Sharingan insight. Kei never believed in blind training, it was the least effective method in his eyes. Without real feedback or combat, how would you even know if your techniques worked? Much of his rapid growth wasn't just due to unlocking the Sharingan in a special way, it also came from risking his life on the battlefield, though, admittedly, sometimes it was his teammates' lives on the line. Now, despite learning so many new things, Kei lacked a good enough sparring partner. And he wasn't in the mood to go bother Fugaku either. So the matter dragged on, until Kakashi just happened to come looking. Thud, Kei kicked Kakashi to the ground. After freely using his fully matured Sharingan, Kei realized he wasn't any weaker than Kakashi at this age. Kei's specialties were body flicker techniques and ambushes. But in real combat, sneak attacks didn't matter. His fights with Kakashi were proper man-to-man battles. That said, Kei understood that Kakashi still hadn't adapted to the Sharingan. That was likely why he kept losing. You alright? Kei walked over and offered his hand to help Kakashi up. You're still not used to the Sharingan. Your use of it is extremely basic, no genjutsu, no deep insight. You've got a long way to go. Thanks. Kakashi took Kei's hand and got up. The Sharingan drains me like crazy. And my chakra, due to his non-Uchiha lineage, Kakashi couldn't deactivate the Sharingan. That single eye, always active, constantly consumed his chakra, a heavy burden, especially at his current age, far from his prime. Worse still, because of the genetic mismatch, the chakra drain from Kakashi's 2-tomo Sharingan was several times greater than Kei's fully awakened 3-tomo Sharingan. An unfortunate situation, really. Train more. There's no other way. Kei shrugged. What was he supposed to suggest? Steal a tailed beast? Or pull a Danzo and graft some of the first Hokage's cells? Don't be ridiculous. If Kei could get his hands on a tailed beast, he wouldn't let anyone else have it. And just look at Danzo, half man, half ghoul. Clearly, that path came with heavy consequences. Without someone like Orochimaru constantly improving the process, Danzo never would have made it that far. Honestly, in the entire Naruto world, no one could compare to Orochimaru when it came to research. Yeah, to me, the Sharingan is like a bottomless pit for chakra, Kakashi muttered as he slumped onto a nearby rock, lifting his mask slightly to cover his eye again. Hang in there. If your chakra catches up, maybe I'll share some of my Sharingan insights with you. Kei casually made a verbal IOU, then quickly changed the subject before Kakashi could react. By the way, your dad's chakra-compatible blade, do you know where it was forged? Thanks, Kei. Kakashi caught the comment a bit late but still responded. As for my dad's sword, I'm not really sure. Why? You want a blade? Exactly. Kei nodded. I want one that's compatible with chakra. I've got a few ideas thanks to your Chidori. Of course, he wasn't going to tell Kakashi the real reason, he simply didn't want to fight enemies up close. That guy from Iwagakure, Anoki's son, Kitsuchi. Just one punch and boom, gone. Kei wasn't eager to relive that experience. He'd already studied plenty of kenjutsu techniques, and he'd been wanting a proper sword for a while. But the ones sold in Konoha couldn't withstand his chakra, most of them shattered in no time. That made him think of Kakashi. In Kei's memory, aside from the blade Orochimaru later gave to Sasuke, only Kakashi's old short sword could endure chakra infusion. No way was Kei going to Orochimaru for help. He'd seen Orochimaru at that recent funeral in Konoha, along with Uchiha Itachi. It was the perfect opportunity to make contact, but Kei let it go. He wanted nothing to do with someone who would inevitably defect from the village. The rumors surrounding Orochimaru were getting weirder by the day. The village was essentially split into two camps. One group, mostly his subordinates, strongly defended him and even beat up those who spread gossip. The other group was constantly pushing the narrative about Orochimaru's illegal experiments. Especially after his subordinates started throwing punches and Konoha ninja and civilians began disappearing, the rumors hit a peak. Kei stayed out of it. He didn't join in or comment. And Orochimaru? He hadn't bothered defending himself once. Clearly a prideful man, or maybe just too arrogant to lie, and then there was the third Hokage, who had vaguely hinted at retirement. With that, the entire Konoha leadership was starting to look more and more unstable. A new idea, and a sword. Kakashi murmured to himself as Kei's thoughts wandered. Maybe I can help you out. It was around dusk when Uchiha Kei and Kakashi finally parted ways. By now, night had already fallen. The two had talked about many things, most notably Kei's ideas for the future development of Chidori. Concepts like Chidori's sharp spear and Chidori Senbon had sparked Kakashi's interest, and it wasn't hard to imagine that Kei wouldn't even need to guide him much. Kakashi would likely develop them on his own, given that the technique originated from him, his understanding of it naturally ran deeper than Kei's. As for Kakashi's offer to help Kei improve his swordsmanship, Kei didn't take it too seriously. He didn't have a plan for that at the moment, he'd just have to wait and see. Strolling back alone to his small home, Kei opened the door only to frown the moment he stepped inside. Aside from Uchiha Ryoko and Uchiha Keisuke, there was someone else, someone Kei didn't recognize, sitting in the room. You're back, Kei, Ryoko greeted him with a smile. Yeah, I'm back, Kei replied with a nod, eyeing the unfamiliar man suspiciously. And who's he? Kei-kun, I'm Uchiha Asahi, the man introduced himself politely. I'm here to invite you to the clan assembly. I arrived a bit early and didn't catch you, so I waited here. I hope I haven't caused any inconvenience. A clan assembly, huh? Kei glanced at the man again. Though a little puzzled, he nodded. Alright, Asahi-san. Please lead the way. Asahi's manner was so courteous, it left Kei with no room to criticize, it even stirred a faint sense of goodwill. Still, he couldn't figure out why this guy was being so agreeable. Was it a facade? Was someone behind him trying to sway Kei's allegiance? Kei shook his head, brushing the thoughts aside. Whether genuine or not, he had already made his decisions. The fact that he was being summoned didn't surprise him. After all, he now had the three-tomo Sharingan, had made a name for himself on the battlefield, and at only 13, held the rank of Jonin. While Kei himself didn't place much importance on these achievements, he'd only pursued them to survive, others saw him as something of a miracle. Given all that, it was only natural that he'd finally be invited to the clan assembly. We've arrived, Kei-kun, said Asahi after a winding walk. They now stood before a modest little house. Thank you, Asahi-san. Kei nodded. I'll head in. Kei-kun, Asahi called just before Kei entered, bowing deeply. Thank you. If you hadn't completed that mission and pushed the war toward its end, my son might never have come home. So that was it. Kei nodded silently. It seemed Asahi's son had survived thanks to his actions during that mission. Understanding this, Kei couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He'd been too tense, always suspecting hidden motives. But sometimes, things really were that simple. If Asahi's son had also been stationed in the land of grass, then he was likely one of the so-called abandoned shinobi. I see, Kei murmured. What's his name? Kawa, Asahi replied with a warm smile. His name is Kawa. But he's not particularly talented. He still hasn't awakened his Sharingan and remains a Chunin. If it weren't for you, I just did what I had to do, Kei cut him off. Thanks for bringing me. I'll go in now. Regardless, thank you, Kei-kun. Asahi bowed once more. Human nature really is funny, Kei thought. He didn't know this Kawa kid at all, yet a single mission had drastically altered that boy's fate. As a father, Asahi was grateful. Kei could only sigh at how deep a parent's love ran. No doubt, Asahi hadn't wanted his son on the battlefield either. But he had no choice, just like Kei had none. Just like Keisuke and Ryoko had none. Kei pushed open the wooden door and entered the small house. Despite its size, the room was packed with members of the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere was heavy. Heads turned to look at him, and while many eyes held discontent, no one said a word. Kei glanced around, then silently found a spot and knelt down. The only ones he recognized were Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hiroki, the latter being someone he'd previously offended. Everyone else was unfamiliar. Now that everyone's here, let's begin, Fugaku said, casting a look at Kei. His tone was deep and composed. Kei-kun, this is your first time attending a clan assembly. I won't fault you for being late. But remember, you're now an elite Uchiha shinobi. Clan meetings are held weekly. I hope you'll be punctual from now on. I understand, clan head, Kei answered calmly. He didn't argue, nor did he care to. He knew full well that his presence here was mostly symbolic. He had no backing. He represented no faction, only himself. Kei had some understanding of the Uchiha's internal politics, but only from the time when the clan was already nearing its downfall. What exactly they would discuss now was a mystery to him. He didn't know which faction, Hawk or Dove, each of these representatives belonged to. It was hard to believe that members of the same clan could be so estranged from each other. Before his Sharingan awakened on the battlefield, or even before his return, most of them probably didn't even know who Uchiha Kei was. He sat quietly, watching them bicker back and forth as Fugaku moderated with constant mediation and compromise. Luke Kei couldn't help but wonder if he'd accidentally walked into a fish market. If Fugaku weren't here to keep the peace, they might have started throwing punches. Uchiha Kei remained quietly seated in the corner, silently observing everything unfold. This meeting gave him a clear idea of where each individual stood within the clan. As he had suspected, the Uchiha clan was internally split into two main factions. Despite their differences, both sides shared a common goal, to protect and further the interests of the Uchiha. However, their methods of dealing with Konoha, or more specifically, its current leadership, were vastly different. The hardline Hawk faction wanted a firmer approach. As co-founders of the village, they had never truly been granted the rights they deserved. They believed the Uchiha clan should rise above its current position rather than continue to be constrained. This ideology was dominant within the clan. Don't mistake the Uchiha for fools, though many among them had eccentric tendencies, there was still a sharp-minded minority who saw things clearly. These sharp individuals knew exactly what the so-called Konoha police force represented. But power, as it often does, had become their shackle. If the clan didn't need the prestige of that authority to maintain its status, those smarter members would have likely proposed abandoning the force altogether. It was precisely because they understood this reality that their frustration began to boil over. Whether Fugaku had recognized this or not was debatable, but Kei certainly saw it as an opportunity to exploit. What surprised Kei, however, was that even among the Hawk faction, no one had explicitly brought up the idea of staging a coup. Is it because the Ninetales incident hasn't happened yet? Kei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Or maybe the rumor of the third Hokage stepping down has bought them time. Either way, Kei didn't care much. Even the proposal to have Uchiha Fugaku run for the position of fourth Hokage only made him chuckle inwardly. Everyone likely knew Fugaku had no real chance of winning. Yet both factions, the Hawks and the Doves, had agreed on pushing his candidacy. That, in itself, made things tricky for Fugaku. The Dove faction was still around, albeit small in number. They advocated for peaceful negotiations with the village, believing that cooperation and rebuilding after the war was the path to restoring the clan's honor. Their view was that the village, having just come out of a long conflict, should be supported in its reconstruction, not confronted with aggression. And honestly, their reasoning wasn't wrong. But they severely underestimated how deep-rooted the Konoha leadership's prejudice against the Uchiha clan ran. They knew the third Hokage and his circle weren't exactly benevolent, which is why they always referred to the village and never the Hokage directly. Now that the third seemed to be stepping down, they saw this as a window of opportunity, a chance to prevent someone from his circle from rising to power. But such thinking was naive. They never truly reflected on their own situation. Even if a Hokage sympathetic to the Uchiha was elected, without internal change, it wouldn't matter. Compared to the entirety of Konoha, the Uchiha clan was still just one piece, a powerful one, sure, but small nonetheless. Even the strongest shinobi could fall victim to a well-placed kunai to the back. After over an hour of sitting and listening, Kei began to grow bored. Initially, he had found their arguments amusing and useful for gathering intel. But now, it all seemed pointless. Neither side had grasped the real issue. The problem wasn't just the Konoha leadership's rejection of them, it was the general village populace too. They didn't trust the Uchiha either, and yet, they were still obsessing over Fugaku running for the fourth Hokage. Kei found it unbearable. Aside from the darkened, clearly annoyed expression on Fugaku's face, which Kei found vaguely amusing, everything else reminded him of a bad comedy show whose jokes had long since gone stale. Just as Kei started feeling drowsy, one clan member suddenly stood up. The room instantly fell silent. Clan leader, the man said solemnly, "We all hope you'll carefully consider joining the fourth Hokage election. I won't press the matter further." "Thank you," Shukuen, Fugaku replied, his stern face finally softening a little. I'll give it serious thought. Is there something else you'd like to say? Uchiha Kei rubbed his chin again. He recognized the name, a powerful Uchiha shinobi, if the rumors were true. They had no personal connection, though. Shu had made his name on the battlefield in the land of hot springs, fighting fiercely against the Cloud Ninja. Kei had also served in that region, but at the time he was just a rookie genin. Their paths had never crossed. Shu was said to possess at least elite jonin-level strength. And his younger brother, Uchiha, was also a formidable shinobi, currently one of the 3 captains in the police force, who had also fought against Cloud Ninja in the same war. Both brothers had awakened the full 3-tomo Sharingan. Together, they formed a fearsome duo, legends among the clan, with countless fallen Cloud Ninja to their names. More importantly, they were both hardline hawks. Kei didn't know who supported them from behind the scenes, but these two were not people you wanted to mess with. Their strength alone was enough of a deterrent, not to mention the political clout they likely held. Kei had been content to ignore them, until he noticed Uchiha Hiroki, another strong hawk, stealing occasional glances in his direction. A bad feeling began to rise. Clan leader, what I want to speak about, is Hatake Kakashi. As soon as Shu spoke those words, Kei's expression darkened. Again. Kakashi, that damn Hiroki really was asking for trouble. What was wrong with these hawk types? Did they have weeds growing in their brains? Were they so obsessed with bloodline pride that they couldn't let go of one non-Uchiha kid? But Kei quickly masked his irritation, replacing it with a faint smile. In the original timeline, this whole thing had ended up going nowhere, a clear sign that these zealots would ultimately fail. Kei didn't know if this exact moment happened in the original timeline. But he knew one thing, if he was going to move forward with his plans, a clash with these people was inevitable. Still, Kei wasn't too worried. He noticed that Fugaku also looked displeased. Shu had to see that too, right, and yet he kept standing, unwavering, clearly sending a message. A message that wasn't exactly friendly to Fugaku. Shukuen, let's not bring this matter up again, said Uchiha Fugaku, his face tightening further. We must respect the will of the deceased. My apologies, clan head, Uchiha Shu replied, still maintaining a respectful posture. I understand your position, and I too wish to honor Obito Uchiha's wishes. But his eyes hold the most guarded secret of our clan. I'm sorry, clan head, but I can't agree with this. And I believe there are many in the clan who feel the same. Shu's words were tactful. After all, wasn't the Sharingan the greatest and most closely guarded secret of the Uchiha? To give it away so easily was to betray what the clan had always stood for. In that sense, Obito's actions could be seen as outright defiance of the clan's long-held rules, perhaps even dangerous. And now, Shu had invoked the sentiment of many clan members, framing the issue not as his personal opinion, but a matter of broader clan interest. It had become a choice between individual will and collective preservation. Fugaku, of course, noticed this shift. His expression darkened further. This matter, depending on how it was handled, could be either trivial or explosive. And for the more hardline members of the clan, the Hawks, this was a perfect opportunity. An opportunity to put pressure on the higher-ups of Konoha. If Konoha could covet the secrets of the Uchiha today, then what about the Hyuga tomorrow, and later? Would the Yamanaka, Akimichi, or Nara clans be next? Kakashi, after all, was the student of Minato Namikaze, who was Jiraiya's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin and a direct student of the third Hokage. Taking action against Kakashi would essentially be exerting pressure on the Hokage himself. The third, understandably, would not want to be accused of coveting the secrets of ninja clans. Even if he suspected Danzo was already involved behind the scenes, he would never admit it, nor could he afford to be seen that way. If Shu's plan succeeded, the Uchiha could strike a severe blow against Konoha, and this time, the village would have little room to retaliate. Shu and the faction behind him were even considering leveraging this situation to extract more benefits from the Hokage. But none of this aligned with Fugaku's vision. He understood the gravity of this situation and would never approve of such a course of action. Still, looking at the man before him, Fugaku could only sigh inwardly. He had no love for the Third and his people, but he also hoped for peace in the village. If they followed through with this, they might gain short-term benefits, but in the long run, they'd be planting the seeds of disaster. He needed to persuade Shu, and those clan members who supported him. But before he could respond, a young voice interrupted. "You know what you're saying?" Uchiha Kei stood, mocking disdain on his face as he looked at Shu. "Hiding behind the clan's name to override an individual's will, risking our entire clan for your narrow vision. Should I call you short-sighted or just plain stupid?" "Kei Uchiha, I've heard of you," Shu replied without emotion, turning to look at him. "A battlefield hero, sure. But your limited perspective is your greatest weakness. You only believe what you see, how ignorant. Now sit down and stop interrupting. Understood?" "Who's truly ignorant, I wonder," Kei shot back, unfazed by the stares around the room. "I have a seat at this meeting, don't I? So I have the right to speak. If not, I'll leave right now." "Kei-kun, if you have something to say it," Fugaku said. Though his expression remained grim, he forced himself to stay calm. Despite Kei's youth and limited authority, his achievements could not be ignored. He had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, had been promoted to Jonin by Konoha, and had proven himself on the battlefield. That gave him the right to be here, and the right to speak. And besides, Fugaku was curious what Kei had to say. He needed time to think about how to deal with Shu anyway. "Yes, clan head," Kei nodded, then turned to Shu. "Let me ask you this, what's more important, the clan's secrets or the survival of the clan itself?" "Of course, the clan's survival," Shu answered, though his brows furrowed. "Good. Then tell me, do you understand the cost of trying to take the Sharingan back from Kakashi? Do you even comprehend what that would involve?" Kei's face was expressionless, just like Shu's earlier. "You probably think Konoha will suffer under the pressure and be forced to give it back. And you're likely planning to milk some benefits from the higher-ups in the process. How foolish and naive. You're marching the clan straight toward destruction. Kei. Watch your words." Before Shu could respond, his younger brother Uchiha suddenly shouted, "My brother would never make a mistake like that." And in a flash, Yu's eyes flared, three-tomo Sharingan spinning. No one had expected the situation to escalate so quickly. Even Shu frowned, this wasn't how he thought things would go. His younger brother certainly lived up to the name, Yu, meaning courage. Unfortunately, it also meant he often let his fists do the talking. Before Shu could speak, Kei activated his own Sharingan. "I also have the three-tomo Sharingan. Are you seriously thinking of attacking me here, in front of the clan head?" Kei's tone remained calm, but his words were sharp. It was a clever move, assertive without being aggressive, confident without looking afraid. Kei knew Yu was a tough opponent, but this was the Uchiha clan's inner council, a sacred ground of power. If you raised a hand here, he'd be finished. Either reckless or brainless, either way, he'd never step foot into this hall again. "Enough. What do you two think you're doing? I am still the clan head." Fugaku stood up, his voice cold and firm. His gaze froze Yu in place before shifting briefly to Kei, and not forgetting a sharp glance at Shu as well. "Kei-kun, continue. Say what you want to say." "Yes, clan head." Uchiha Yu's outburst had completely shifted everyone's attention onto Uchiha Kei. Though eyes had been on him earlier too, most of those looks had carried disdain or indifference. In their minds, Uchiha Kei was just a greenhorn, young, inexperienced, and unworthy of serious regard. Sure, his ability to even stand here proved his strength and potential. But a kid was still a kid. Who would expect anything meaningful to come out of his mouth, but now? Things were different. Although Kei hadn't shown any remarkable political acumen, his composure alone was enough to surprise the audience. Faced with Uchiha Yu's aggression, he didn't panic at all. In fact, he calmly invoked the name of their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to shield himself. That kind of presence and quick thinking. It spoke volumes. Most importantly, Fugaku didn't object, he actually seemed interested in hearing more. That meant Kei's earlier remarks might reflect thoughts the clan head had already considered. So now, they thought, why not hear the boy out? Why were his words earning Fugaku's approval? Taking back the Sharingan might humiliate Konoha's higher-ups and give our clan some short-term gain, Kei said calmly. I've already said this. But have any of you considered the long-term cost? Not only would we offend a currently celebrated and powerful ninja, we'd further tarnish the already poor reputation of the Uchiha in Konoha. So what? Uchiha shot back coldly. What's ours is ours. Why should we give it away? Kei's lips curled into a mocking smile. And what if the third Hokage directly states that the eye won't be studied, and it will remain with Kakashi? In that case, we wouldn't just offend the third's faction, we'd also earn the label of ignoring the final wishes of a fallen hero. Don't forget, what event did we just attend recently? He stole a glance at Fugaku as he spoke. Kei wasn't entirely sure how the clan head had convinced these elders before, but as someone from a modern background, Kei had his own logic. To Kei, Obito was just another ordinary member of the clan. He died in war. It was tragic, but it happened. But if a war hero's dying wish wasn't honored, even one from the Uchiha, it would only worsen the clan's already sour image. Not long ago, the third Hokage held a large public memorial for the fallen. Uchiha clan members, under Fugaku's lead, attended in force. Everyone here remembered it. Many of them had fought in the same war. Some had lost comrades and friends. So imagine, just after that emotional funeral, the Uchiha clan jumps out demanding the eye back, that would be suicide. That's just your assumption, Sho said, though his expression had begun to shift. And even so, our clan's secrets, all for some vague notion of honor and your imagined petty gains, you drag the whole clan into a pit? Kei cut him off sharply. He stared Sho down with a cold sneer. You're short-sighted. Foolish. Ignorant. You're not protecting Uchiha's secrets or honor, you're digging its grave. Offending a strong ally who doesn't even hold a grudge against us, right after a village-wide hero memorial. That's not bravery. That's recklessness. Sho's face twisted in anger and embarrassment. Around the room, several other Uchiha clan members shifted uncomfortably. Sure, Kakashi's my friend, and I'll defend him. But don't forget, I'm an Uchiha too, Kei continued, voice growing sharper. For all you know, the third Hokage is just waiting for someone like you to stir up trouble. Of course, Kei had no idea what the third Hokage actually thought, or how Kakashi had managed to keep the eye. But that wasn't the point. His goal was to show Fugaku, and everyone else, that he wasn't just a talented fighter, but someone capable of strategy and foresight. And while this sudden side of him may have seemed abrupt, that didn't mean Kei lacked the right to express it. As a smart man, he understood the risks and rewards, and only acted when the benefits outweighed the costs. Sure enough, his words plunged the room into silence. The Uchiha present fell into deep thought. How did this kid think of all this? How does he know so much? Who is he, really? Even Fugaku's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Is this all you wanted to say, Kei? Fugaku finally asked after a long pause. Did someone tell you these things? Or are these your own thoughts? Kei smiled nonchalantly. You should know who I've interacted with since returning. On the battlefield, you don't survive without using your head. You know that better than anyone, don't you, clan head? Fugaku didn't respond immediately. He simply asked, then speak. Kei leaned back and spread his hands. I grew up at the bottom. You elite types rarely come into contact with the more colorful aspects of village life, do you? The police force's heavy-handed ways earn them resentment. Plenty of clansmen think they're better than everyone else, which only fuels the hate. Back in the academy, I got picked on constantly. Complaints within the clan are rampant. Add that to what you all said earlier, and naturally, I drew some conclusions. It was a half-truth, but a believable one. Even Itachi had faced harassment at school. Kei's own troubles had stemmed from being set up by rogue members of the police force. Still, none of that really mattered. All Kei needed was a plausible excuse. And with the way the conversation had gone, even a fool could connect the dots by now. As Kei finished, the Uchiha in the room couldn't help but silently admit, this kid really isn't simple. He'd drawn so many accurate conclusions just from his experience and their discussion. At his age, that was impressive. Now they understood how Kei had managed to survive and succeed in those near-suicidal missions. Anyone who'd reviewed the details of his past assignments now realized, he deserved serious attention. Is that so? Fugaku gazed deeply at him before nodding. You truly are a genius of our clan, Kei. I understand your point. I don't dare call myself a genius. Kei followed up humbly, sitting back down. Let's just say I'm doing this for my friend. That's all. 69, Lions and Sheep. The Uchiha clan meeting finally wrapped up around 9 p.m. that evening. Uchiha Kei slowly stepped out of the small building, his expression as calm and composed as when he had arrived. But beneath that calm facade, Kei wasn't nearly as tranquil. In fact, he was quietly pleased. Because through this clan meeting, he had managed to show his presence within the Uchiha's inner circle. More importantly, he had caught the attention of Uchiha Fugaku himself. Kei had always viewed the clan like a game of chess. Those with average strength were mere pawns, the stronger ones could become knights or cannons. Those with intellect but lacking power were guards, while those with both brains and strength were rooks, the most versatile and powerful pieces on the board. Kei knew where he stood. Though he'd once thought being a guard would be enough, the current situation left him no choice but to aim higher, to become a rook. And if the opportunity ever arose, he would strive to become the king, because only at that position was one truly safe. Everyone, pawns, knights, rooks, guards, would fight to protect him. But now wasn't the time for that. He lacked both the strength and the voice to command such power. Everything was still in its early stages. Kei had a clear understanding of his place and goals. Of course, his actions had already begun to step on some toes. The hardliner faction, in particular, seemed to loathe this newly returned clansman. Ironically, the first person he clashed with upon returning was Uchiha Hiroki, who now appeared to be a key member of that very faction. And during this clan meeting, Kei had directly offended the brothers Uchiha Shu and Uchiha Yu. That kind of confrontation was unlike Kei's usual approach. He generally remained polite to everyone, even those he disliked. At worst, he'd just put on a cold poker face and keep his distance. Openly making enemies was dangerous, it could lead to a stab in the back on the battlefield. But Kei had a plan now, and that plan would inevitably put him at odds with the hardliners. Life and death may very well be on the table, Kei muttered, rubbing his chin as he walked. And in my plan, those hardliners have to die. Since we're going to clash sooner or later, I might as well stop pretending to care. Indeed, those hardliners needed to be eliminated. Internally or externally, their arrogance was a liability. None of them even had Mangekyo, yet they acted like kings, and with a brainwashed Itachi Uchiha in their ranks. They were practically handing Konoha's ruling quartet a golden opportunity. If Itachi was hateful for being so blindly loyal, the ones truly dragging the Uchiha into the abyss were even worse. And the most detestable of all? Konoha's so-called four elders. You're quite impressive, Kei-kun. A voice suddenly pulled Kei out of his thoughts. No wonder you survived such a dangerous battlefield. We underestimated you. No need to be polite. You guys didn't just underestimate me, you ignored me completely, Kei replied, lifting his eyes to see Shu and his brother Yu. I used to be a nobody. Unlike you, the well-known war heroes. No need to be so combative, Shu replied casually, unfazed by Kei's tone. Yu, however, was clearly bristling with anger. We're all part of the same clan. Who knows, maybe someday we'll have the chance to cooperate more deeply, for the good of the family, of course. The future's unpredictable, Kei said with a faint smile. Now if you'll excuse me, Shukun. After a full day of training and then this meeting, I'm absolutely starving. With that, Kei turned and walked away, uninterested in wasting words on someone he already saw as doomed. His attitude made you clench his fists, and if Shu hadn't stopped him, he might have rushed after Kei to confront him then and there. Ever since returning from the Land of Hot Springs battlefield, the two brothers had been treated with respect by everyone. And now this brat dared to talk down to them, you couldn't take it. That arrogant bastard, you grumbled. He just got lucky. We awakened our Sharingan long ago, and reached the third Tomo far earlier than he did. But he is a genius, Shu said as he watched Kei's retreating figure. The mission he pulled off, if you or I had been sent at his age, we might not have made it back. Maybe it was luck, maybe not. But awakening a 3-Tomo Sharingan right from the start. That's unheard of in our clan. His talent is real. TCH, talent's just potential, you scoffed. He hasn't had the time to truly develop or master it. Then, after a pause, he looked a little nervous. Brother, we failed this time. It's fine, Shu said calmly. I'm sure the Elder Council will understand. But you were right about one thing, he's too proud. And pride always leads to downfall, especially when he has no idea what's really going on. The resentment from commoners and other shinobi? Ha! Since when can lions coexist peacefully with sheep? Lions couldn't live alongside sheep. Because to lions, sheep were nothing more than food. To Shu and the hardliners, the Uchiha were the lions, born to rule. The other clans and civilian ninja? Just sheep to be used. And this ideology was popular among their faction. But what they didn't know, was that behind those sheep stood a pack of starving wolves. And within their own pride, a rebellious lion had already risen. Back at home, Kei ignored Shu's invitation and headed straight in, his stomach was rumbling. He was fairly sure there wasn't much food left at home, so he planned to grab some money and go out to eat. What he didn't expect was that both Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Ryoko were waiting for him. From their faces, it was obvious, they were overjoyed. Their son had been invited to attend the clan council. That was an honor they had never experienced in their lives. And now, their child had made it. How could they not feel proud, seeing their smiles? Kei sighed inwardly. They had no idea that this very council would one day become the catalyst for the Uchiha clan's downfall. After the clan meeting ended, Uchiha Kei returned to his usual daily routine. However, things had changed a bit. Thanks to Ryoko Uchiha's promotion, which was really just idle gossip among the clan's housewives, news of Kei attending the clan meeting spread like wildfire throughout the entire Uchiha clan. Now, whenever Kei went out to train with Kakashi, he would be watched and whispered about. Though the onlookers were all friendly, Kei couldn't help but feel awkward, like a monkey in a zoo. What made him even more speechless was how many of the younger kids were now suffering from what could only be described as parental pressure. He imagined the conversations happening in many households. Look at Kei from Aunt Ryoko's family. So young and already such an outstanding ninja, he even attends clan meetings. You should be more like him. Kei had suddenly become that kid, the model child from someone else's family. And to be honest, he wasn't thrilled about it. The last thing he wanted was a bunch of impressionable kids idolizing him. If they really try to be like me, should I start watching my back for little traitors trying to stab me one day? Kei was very aware of who he was. If these kids picked up on his good traits, Konoha would be doomed. Still, if corrupting the next generation could bring down the 4 pillars of Konoha. Maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. Of course, he was just joking, kind of. So far, only Imai Kenta and Hyuga Ayaka seemed to truly resemble him in mindset. Aside from those kids, Kei also noticed that a certain group of Uchiha adults had started actively trying to get close to him. These were some of the more influential figures within the clan, frequent visitors to his home. Their visits completely stunned Keisuke and Ryoko, but also filled them with pride. Their son had clearly reached a level beyond their imagination. Kei, on the other hand, frowned at the sudden attention. He wasn't interested in forming alliances, especially not with people who completely misunderstood his stance. Opposing Uchiha Sho and the hardliners had always been part of Kei's long-term strategy. That didn't mean he supported the Dove faction. To Kei, the so-called Uchiha Doves were just as bad, if not worse, than the Hawks. Uchiha Shisui, that naive idiot, was proof enough. And Uchiha Itachi? He took that ideology to an extreme by literally murdering his entire family in the name of peace. Compared to Kei, a supposed outsider, even Itachi was more ruthless. If the Hawks were egotistical maniacs, the Doves were brainwashed lunatics and backstabbers in the making. They produced 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users, and both turned out disastrously. One got brainwashed by the 3rd Hokage and ultimately committed suicide, not because he found a solution, but because he gave up. The other butchered his own clan, sparing only his beloved little brother, completely disregarding anyone else's life. If not for Kei's grander plan, these guys would have been at the top of his personal hit list. So even though he hated dealing with them, Kei still kept up polite appearances when they visited. He'd act this way even with Uchiha Sho. After all, he managed to keep his composure around the 3rd Hokage, one of the main culprits behind the clan's downfall, so this was nothing. Still, dealing with them was mentally exhausting. So more and more, Kei chose to spend his time training with Kakashi. Clang, deep in the forest where they usually trained, the sound of blades and kunai clashing rang out. 2 figures darted between the trees, engaged in fierce combat. But the battle didn't last long. Soon enough, a silver-haired ninja in a mask was knocked flat on the ground, Kakashi. Uchiha Kei stood nearby, curiously examining the short ninja blade in his hand. Kakashi had given him the blade earlier that day, something Kei hadn't expected at all. "You didn't hold back at all," Kakashi said, rubbing his stomach where he'd been kicked. "Something bothering you lately?" "Plenty. But nothing serious." Kei shrugged. "And that was me going easy on you. On the battlefield, no one's that gentle." He gave a wry smile, then looked at the blade. "What's the deal with this sword? I thought you were joking last time. Do I look like the joking type?" Kakashi shook his head. "My father used this kind of metal for his blade. Since I don't plan on using swords anymore, your father was a hero." Kei interrupted before Kakashi could finish. "Even if his blade broke, why not repair it? Stand on the shoulders of giants. You should be forging your own path. Besides, do you think Obito would want to see you like this?" Kei had always wondered. Kakashi was an excellent swordsman, so why had he abandoned that path? He initially thought it was because the blade couldn't be repaired. Chakra-conductive metal was rare, after all. But Kakashi clearly still had some of that material. He just handed Kei a blade made from it. So what was the real reason? After some thought, Kei realized the answer was both sad and ridiculous: Obito. In Kakashi's mind, Obito had died because of him. Now carrying Obito's eye, he felt obligated to use it to the fullest, to honor his fallen friend. But Obito hadn't died. In the future, he'd witness Kakashi kill Rin and then go completely dark. In a way, Kakashi had chosen the wrong path entirely. His future fighting style became more and more like an Uchiha's, using ninjutsu to probe, then following up with Sharingan-assisted Chidori for the kill. But for real Uchiha, using the Sharingan wasn't so taxing. Kakashi, however, had a foreign eye, one that drained chakra endlessly. He kept forcing himself to fight in the Uchiha way, and Kei couldn't help but see this as a deep-rooted issue in Kakashi's mindset. Obito wouldn't want me to be like this. Stand on the shoulders of giants. Kakashi murmured. Then he fell silent. Watching him, Kei shook his head. He had said everything he needed to say. Now, it was up to Kakashi to figure out what to do next.
Thanks so much for listening to this episode of This Uchiha is Way Too Cautious. Do you want to see what happens next, or maybe you'd rather read ahead at your own pace? Check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/mvsensen7, where you'll find early access to upcoming parts and plenty of other fanfiction stories waiting for you. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, share it with fellow Naruto fans, and subscribe to the channel for more epic adventures. I'll see you in the next episode.